we're live now.
Oh, hi. Hello there.
Bend the rules.
And he's got just a few cheat codes for you.
Alright, hi everybody.
Anyway.
Hello. We're here.
Hello.
For the first annual, and probably last annual, Music Team Stream.
It's not annual at all.
It's annual in some regard, I guess, if we're only counting 1 year. Now, if we were to do it twice in the same year, it would become no longer annual.
It'd be biannual.
Exactly.
We'll see what happens, really.
Yeah. So anyway, we don't have everyone here quite yet, so we'll probably at least wait for RJ to show up before we start.
RJ says he's out of his house, he's waiting on his KFC order, and he'll be back soon.
God damn it.
Jeez.
Yeah, we just
Well,
saw that.
luckily he has 1 minute to get back.
Cool. Well,
I knew we couldn't
I
trust
believe
him.
in the speed of KFC.
So,
Oh, go ahead.
RJ like Sonic, he could probably go fast, you know?
Man, shut up.
alright, do you
Shut
want to
up.
do some introductions?
Yes.
I don't know
Check,
how,
1, 2,
how
3.
we're gonna order this, but
Like AFC.
I'll go down the list that Skype has provided me in this window of people. So we got Jamie Page.
Hello!
You gonna say something about yourself?
say
Oh,
something.
yeah.
Introduce
Fuck.
yourself.
What have you done?
Hi, my name is Jamie Page Stanley. I am the music team mascot. I did a fake leak of Homestuck Volume 10 that was all vaporwave. I made Penumbra Phantasm. I faked
Along with
Penumbra.
me.
Yeah, along with Marcy.
Don't take all the
And
credit for that.
on Homestuck Volume 10, the actual version, I played some drums on Solar Voyage and Renewed Return. So yeah, that's a me,
Yeah.
a Jamie Pageo.
And I guess in this exact same Skype account, we have coming through the microphone Paul Henderson.
Hi, I'm Paul Henderson. You may know me from such things as Let's Read Homestuck, where I voice Cardcat Vantis. It's unofficial.
He's a bitch.
And also, I sang for 12 seconds in Marcy's song, which is the best thing that's ever happened in my life. Also, I posted the fake album on Reddit.
Yeah,
So
that was
anyway,
Paul.
love me.
Okay,
No.
Next we have Eric Scheel.
Oh, I'm next on the list. Alright,
Next on the list.
hi. I'm Eric Scheel, otherwise known as Jit before, I guess. I've kind of dropped the name a bit. I
still call him Jit.
Yeah, I made other albums and stuff. I made 1 year older, and Game Bro, and Chrysanthemumkins? Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
And on this album, I made Breeze. That's the 18th track.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then I helped out with Solar Voyage, because I think those are like 3-year-old piano recordings or something like that.
2,
Wow.
1.5.
3,
It was
yeah.
a while.
Yeah.
Song's been on the
Anyway.
works since literally 2012.
Yeah, and yeah, that's me.
Yeah, thank you. Next we have Tensei.
Okay, hi, I'm Tensei, and you may know me from the Strive album, or Elevator Stuck, or Air of Grief, or on this most recent album, Of Gods and Witches, and Ascend.
Yeah,
And that's it. I don't have much more to add to that.
thank you. Next we have Scott.
So Scott actually isn't here. He died.
No,
I
didn't.
Oh,
Yeah, you did. Hi.
Well,
Hi.
hi. Okay. Welcome,
I didn't even
mystery
do anything
person.
for this album.
to
My name's Brittany. I actually do nothing. I read Homestuck once, and I got up to
Hi,
the part where
Brittany.
Aqueous died, and it was really sad. And I was like, oh no, my favorite horseman is dead, so I stopped reading.
Oh,
It got kind of
jeez.
convoluted after that. I'm sorry.
Well,
Okay, you can have Scott back
You're
now.
welcome.
okay.
Hi. Okay. Bye.
I did nothing for this
I'm gonna go
album.
play Destiny. Bye.
Is Scott here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, welcome, Scott.
Hi. She insisted. I apologize.
Scott, I guess, did not necessarily contribute to this album, but was there in
I tried.
spirit and gave us moral support all the way through and is a cherished friend.
cool.
So, hello. And you can feel free to introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I organized LoFam 3. People liked that thing, and
Yeah, I make music sometimes.
Nice.
We
All right, next, Luke.
Hi, I'm GFD, or Luke Benjamins is my actual name. I'm just friends with all these lovely people. I also make music sometimes. On this album, I did composition for the track Feel Alive, which is cool. That's all I got.
Yay. All right, David.
Hello. Yeah, I'm David. I did Moon Sweater. I've done some other horrible things to like one of RJ's tunes with Blue Atom, and yeah, Cyan Beast off of one of the Colors and Mayhem ones, and then Noirscape on Volume 9. And yeah, there you go.
Okay, Ishan.
Hi, I'm Ishan, otherwise known as Koneko or Cat Boss, depending on where you know me from. I produced You Killed My Father, Prepare to Die on this album, and I'm basically the Team Dogfight representative. We did Dogfight on Volume 9, that's where the name comes from. I also make music, as is obvious. I'm probably more known for fan music than actual music team stuff, so that's me. Yep.
Welcome. Okay, next.
I will also be eating instant ramen on the stream because somebody asked for it.
All right. Next, Beatfox.
Yeah, sorry. Unmute my microphone there.
Oh, it's pretty.
So hey, I'm Seth Beatfox Peel. I've been doing music as a hobby for 2 decades now, and let's see, I did Sunslammer, Lotus, Carpassian Dominion. What else? Friendship is Paramount. The Squiddles album is underrated. You should listen to it if you haven't already. But on this album, I did Crata, Sky and Happy Flight, and Conclude.
All right, thank you.
That's me.
Next, we have Slog, who's here, I see.
Yes, I am here.
Oh, hi.
I am Slog. I did the track art for Stride, Sky and Overdrive, Solar Voyage, and Thanks for Playing. Yeah, that's pretty much all I contributed, and I'm probably not going to talk very much, but hi guys.
Hi, welcome to the stream. And I also see we have James here. Hey.
What's up? Oh, fuck. Preston.
There we go.
Totally
there we go.
I thought it was. Yeah, hi, my name is James Roach. I work for What Pumpkin, and I really didn't do anything on Volume 10 at all. But I'm here to answer questions and stuff.
Yeah. Hey. All right. Well, that's everyone we've got here. Still waiting on RJ to get his KFC, I guess.
Yeah.
But, you know, I guess we might as well just go ahead and get started. So, everybody's ready to go, and hopefully these volume levels are alright. Let me know in the chat if stuff does not sound as good as it could. We'll go ahead and start playing.
Yeah.
All right.
So here we go.
This is Homestuck. All of it.
I guess I should provide some kind of commentary.
Yes, go for it.
Presumably.
So yeah, I kind of built this up in my head over a period of time. It actually started out as a brief demo when I auditioned for the music team back in 2009, and I posted it on my Tumblr. But yeah, it was a demo called Sky Voyages, and it was kind of an EDM sort of thing, only about a minute or so long. But nothing came of that at the time, but over the years it kind of grew in my head into something more massive, and eventually I got around to turning it into this. So yeah, it's not sure what else to really say about it, but yeah, I tried to combine all the primary kids themes in this section here. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background that might not be easy to pick up on.
Right, this was still part of Collide, right? I believe.
Yeah, at this point, this stuff was still in Collide, I think.
I remember
this is where it
Andrew sent
ramps
me
up.
the file for this. I always thought it was called Creata as well. I didn't realize it was called Creata until like 30 seconds ago. It's news to me.
Yeah, the title Crata actually comes from the lyrics to the song of Sky.
I don't listen to music, man.
I appreciate that you guys just have choirs sitting around.
Oh, you know.
Ready for
Sometimes
recording.
they're in our computers.
This isn't a live choir, though, is it? Or I don't know.
This is not a live choir. It's actually East-West Quantum Leap symphonic choirs. It's a choir library at BSTI.
Wait, it's actually
and it took a surprising amount of work to put together the choirs for this, because you have to assemble all the syllables that you want, and you have to make the transitions between notes and notes. It's kind of a challenge, and it's a lot of CPU power too.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So you basically Vocaloided a choir together, is what you're telling me?
It's a little more complex than Vocaloid.
Wow.
No, it's exactly the same. This is Miku singing right now. It's crazy.
Oh yeah. It's a choir of Vocaloids. All the Vocaloids come together for Homestuck.
I can definitely hear Hatsune Miku in there somewhere.
Yeah, this is totally just Miku.
It's inspired by Worlds, actually.
Fun fact, the choir is Toby, Bolin, and Bowman.
Alright, that's
I'm
fine.
just reading the chat.
We're gonna have a lot of that, aren't we?
Yeah, stream's gonna be up on YouTube.
Yep.
Omnia Creata.
Don't slow down.
So, Beatfox, I'm kind of curious, like, if you have any sort of inspiration you can name for all these amazing orchestration things you do. Like soundtracks or composers, or I don't know.
I mean, all sorts of soundtracks. I've always been a fan of classic Disney movies. John Williams. My mind's drawing a blank here. But Hans Zimmer. Probably a bunch of others that I can't think of the name of at the moment. But yeah, I really enjoy the romantic style. Movies that
Yeah.
I absolutely adore the art to this as well. It looks fantastic.
Oh yeah. PJ did a really good job. I got pretty excited when I saw the first draft of it, which actually was... the first draft I saw was newer than the work in progress thing you see in the PDF here. It was much more finished looking. Final line art, at least. And, yeah, it's just generally a great piece of artwork, as well as a great song.
Kinda makes me think of Carl Orff a little bit.
I appreciate the...
I can't count the number of times that I've sung Carmina Burana in choirs.
Yeah.
I appreciate the general amounts of harmonic dissonance you put into this sort of... I don't know how to describe this section of the song, but it's it's pretty
Kind
cool.
of like
Yeah.
the dark ambience, I would say, something like
Yeah.
that. Ambience sound effects.
Yeah, I was telling someone recently, I was like, Beatfox is really good at like just stretching out the tension with all those rich, complex chords and all that. I don't know exactly what it's called either. It's some classical music thing that I just can't do.
So I noticed a lot of people talking about this section, relating it to the horror terrors in the comic, but to my ears it always sounded like, you know, going with the theme of creation and that sort of thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Oh, this is actually me singing falsetto here, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Really?
I definitely did
It's
think
not
this
pitched up
sounded.
or anything?
It's not a vocalist?
Awesome.
Are we going to be
That's very good.
recreating like all of the songs
Dang.
live while they play?
Good shit.
I thought it was Hatsune Miku.
Oh. Well, I did add some pitch correction because it's hard for me to
What?
keep
No
an accurate
way.
pitch in that range.
It's good.
And auto-tune
Really
is ruining this country.
That's incredible, though. Wow.
good. No, we actually have a question in the chat.
I told them that we'll be doing a Q&A afterward. Just
Oh,
so we
okay.
can,
Fair enough.
You know, keep this going.
Enjoy
as
the
sort of
music.
a section of audio commentary. But yeah, I
Someone on-
appreciate. Oh, go ahead.
On YouTube made a comparison to this part to the end of Music of the Night from Phantom of the Opera. So I was a little influenced by that. I came up with the ending.
Nice.
That's the after.
I do love that very mellow last note.
Anywhere you go, let me go to.
I don't think I
It's
would
just going to
have
turn
found
into like Homestuck the musical.
Alright, now
Trains.
we're on to
Don't
train.
betray our plans.
So,
Homestuck the musical. That's one of our secret plans, obviously.
I don't think we have Kate in here, so she can't talk about the art, and Kai's not here either.
It's alright, I can talk for her. Hello, I'm Kate Holden.
Oh, jeez.
Very convincing.
Paul.
I'm not from Wales!
God
She's
damn
gonna
it,
kill
Bob.
you.
She's gonna fucking murder me.
Actually, Marcy, do you want
I
to talk
did-
about the transitions between tracks?
I did do a little bit of work on this song, not in the composition process, but just in the mastering process, wherein, you know, a lot of what I did on this album, aside from my own song contributions, was, you know, making sure that levels were okay, and especially doing some equalizing and bits of compression to make sure that all the songs sounded, you know, as good as I could possibly make them sound after the fact, but also, you know, still keep the general intent of the musician intact. And so one of the biggest things I did for this song was I actually just boosted the kick drum a lot. And I think that sort of brought it into feeling pretty consistent with the rest of the album in terms of general tone. And
Mr. Paid.
it's over now, so I guess that's all the commentary that needs to be provided.
Just going very briefly to the next page.
Oh shit, this is my song.
Forever.
Yes, it is.
Huh, so I guess I should talk about it a bit then.
I guess so.
Yeah.
But fuck, it's actually hard to remember because I wrote this like 3 years ago, so I really don't know what was going through my mind when I wrote some of this. I was kind of playing around with time signatures in this. I think this is in 4/4, but it's a lot of the time it plays in triplets, so it's technically 12/8. And
Yeah, I
it
was gonna
switches
say,
kind
like,
of.
oh.
Yeah, it switches kind of between the triplet feel and like a shuffled 4/4 feel, which is more apparent in the chorus part, I would say, which is upcoming here. Oh yeah, this riff, which I kind of messed up, I think. I added a lot of like Celtic instrumentation here, which isn't necessarily something you would associate with Jade, I think, but to me it kind of felt right for her character, and I think the music in places resembles a bit her God Tier transformation as well.
Yeah.
In Cascade, I mean. I think that was by Malcolm Brown, right? I forgot what the song was called that plays when she becomes God Tier. But
It was Savior of the Dreaming Dead, I think.
Right, I think I was kind of going for a little bit of the same style with this.
Yeah, it's interesting. Jade has ended up taking on sort of an element of Japanese instrumentation, but it seems like that largely just came from, like, you know, Beck having Japanese
Corsair and
instrumentation.
Umbra Ultimatum.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that sort
I
of
definitely use like Umbra
Jade.
Ultimatum as a frame of reference for Atomic Bonsai and those kind of songs. So, yeah, the connection with Asian music is definitely there for me with Jade.
I mostly blame Corsair more than anything else.
Which, of course, Corsair was, from what I understand, just Alex Rossetti's attempts at writing an Okami fan song.
That would explain a lot. It's very good.
Yeah, definitely.
Both of us were actually influenced by Okami in that one.
Yeah, on your part, I think you did a really good job of capturing the general production style of that soundtrack. So much reverb.
Oh, and here's a tip. If you want to make like a song a certain timestamp, like 4 minutes, 13 seconds, just fucking end the song and add an entire different section, like I did here.
I noticed that you did that.
That's a good way of doing it. That's kind of what I did for free call.
Meme numbers.
Alternately, fade out.
So this is in 5/4 time, which I probably realized at the time I composed it, but then I forgot it for like a really long time, and then I was like watching the community stream, and someone mentioned this is in 5/4 time, and I was like, is it really? And I actually had to go analyze my song and go like, huh, I guess I really wrote it like that.
So it is.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's really strong 3+2 even. Either way.
I think, do we have any other songs on the album that are in 5/4 time aside from Renewed Return? I think those might be the only two.
Yeah, I think.
I didn't do.
No, I'm trying to think of like, yeah, even I didn't stick any funny times into this one. Let's
I mean,
get
if
to
you
the
want,
this album.
if you want fun time signatures, just go listen to the Felt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I think I've done my good amount of odd time signatures.
Alright.
Nah, always more.
Now we don't have Ricky or Clark in here, but it's time for Beat Up.
Yep.
Next page.
Oh my god.
Turn down your
Yeah,
speakers.
read the commentary, someone.
No,
Yeah,
turn
the,
it up.
comment,
Turn up
the commentary for
speakers
this was...
Oh,
commentary
yeah,
for this
RJ's
is
here.
really
Welcome.
fun. Hi, I'm RJ. I am the
How's the
asshole
chicken?
who's late.
You all know RJ, and if you don't, well,
If you don't
Okay.
learn,
I managed
don't
this
leave.
album. Yes.
wow.
Damn.
no, I'm kidding. Stay here, please. We love you.
This is a really fun one to get commentary and also work with them on like getting info about what they wanted for the track art, because what they kept saying over and over again about what they wanted for the track art was that they just wanted Shan to draw pictures of me naked. Like, and I kept trying to like get actual thoughts about it, and they would keep going into more detail about how naked and how they wanted me posed.
Sounds about right.
So
Try to make a Homestuck remix.
Sounds
so
consistent
eventually-
with my experiences of those two.
Ricky and Clark, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so eventually I just was like, Shan, just draw Dave and you're fine, I think.
Pretty much.
So wait, they never actually gave you a straight answer?
No, they never did. I tried to get it like 15 times. Every single time. I can
Nice.
show you the Twitter log. Every
Hey.
single time.
I have an idea. Let's have Paul and Paige voice act Clark and Ricky while reading a commentary.
Apparently we're role playing now. Okay, you be Clark, I'll be Ricky.
No, I want to be Ricky.
Okay, fine, you can be Ricky, I'll be Clark.
All right. All right. So.
There you go.
No, you're Clark.
I'm Clark, right?
What the fuck, dude?
This is the best remix I've ever worked on. There was another remix of this that didn't make it onto the album, but you can use your imagination for that.
Actually, Clark is wrong, and you don't have to use your imagination. Here you go. SoundCloud link.
Step on me, Ricky.
Read it
I
out.
step on nobody.
Please make an exception for me.
RJ.
RJ Lake.
RJ's here. RJ,
Oh,
please.
RJ.
I can't even fucking read it. It's too
Alright, fine.
One sec. Let me zoom in. Let me
Okay.
zoom in. Okay, I'm gonna actually like make an effort to put it. Is that your actual commentary? I'll literally put this all in.
Thanks.
Yeah, RJ, literally put this in. Also, Clark, I love you, but this I cannot make an exception for. Please go step on yourself.
Voice acting. I need.
Yay!
I need
Everybody,
$20.
round of applause.
I'm clapping.
Also, RJ, I really appreciate that you just put in, like, a SoundCloud timestamp screenshot
Oh yeah.
at the bottom here.
I was trying to get a way to illustrate just how brick-walled this song is. Intentionally, of course, by the way. If there's any armchair producers in here who are like,
Yeah, no, this
wow,
song,
actually.
this song's waveform is a rectangle.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
But
It really is. It was
Yeah,
louder. It's supposed to be louder.
Yeah, it was actually, I had to make it slightly quieter so that it would just fit in with the rest of the songs and wouldn't, like, blow your eardrums.
it's interesting. It's like something else I noticed, which was this is a completely different album and song, but it has the same effect. On The Life of Pablo, the song I Miss Old Kanye, if you look at the waveform for that, it's brick-walled, but it's like 5 decibels under the line. It's just a solid block under that line. It's really weird.
This probably doesn't mean a lot to people who don't know much about audio, but,
Yeah, boring everyone in the room.
Yeah, I'm just like
Just
fading
say that
I
the
mean,
song was fucking
the,
loud.
the audience, I mean.
I know enough about
essentially-
audio, and it means literally nothing to me. So like, I can't imagine anybody who's. I'm just like, wow,
Does
this
anyone
is.
want to try to explain what brickwalling is?
Essentially,
So,
brickwalling is
tried.
just, you know, you can't have any audio going over the 0 decibel line, or else you risk, you know, digital distortion and actually blowing out speakers. So
Right.
what you can
Yeah,
do is you can
definitely.
apply an effect called a limiter, which just kind of smashes everything that gets louder than 0 decibels back down, and makes the overall dynamics, like all the loud and quiet stuff, a lot
same.
closer together.
You know what if you know what a compressor is? A limiter is basically limiter is a compressor. It's just a vastly extreme version of one.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Very high ratio.
It's a hard compressor, essentially.
Yep.
Mhm.
And it just kind of, you know, it's useful for just keeping stuff where it needs to be.
Although a lot
Also
of people
can be used to some effect of making stuff just
Turn the page.
unreasonably intense. Anyway,
turn that page.
Ishan, take
Yo,
it
what's
away.
up? It's a song about date dads.
One date dad, in particular, actually.
Just a single
So-
dad.
Yeah, just the one date dad. The other dad didn't die. What is there to say about the song? So, this song actually started, like, technically, when we submitted the song, it was already done because we had finished it 3 years ago. It was one of those things where we did Team Dogfight, basically did Dogfight for Volume 9, and coming off of Volume 9, we were like, okay, let's pitch a song for Volume 10. And what are we going to pitch? And then, I think around that time, the pages were posted up with John and Back in the Dream Bubbles. So I was like, why don't we make a song that's called You Killed My Father, Prepare to Die, because that's a Princess Bride reference and everyone loves Princess Bride references. And that's the story behind this song. That's it. That's the whole thing.
There you go.
Yep.
I love the trumpet in this song so much. I
Oh,
would
yeah.
listen to
Trumpet.
it just for Ian White's
Everything
fantastic trumpeting.
about this song is amazing. It's just incredibly well produced. Props to the mixing there, by the way.
Thank you.
And I mean, just the fact that you've wrangled together so many people to work on this. This was by far the most interesting commentary page to work on for me.
Oh yeah.
Because I had to
Yeah.
figure out a way to make that look elegant.
Oh yeah,
Everyone
another
in-
thing about this is there is a snippet of live violin that already passed. by Kelly Sadwin, who also you may know as the person who did the violin solo on Black Hole Green Sun from Cascade. And that actually happened because I had recruited them to do some violin and viola for Renewed Return, and I let them listen to the work in progress songs, and they heard You Killed My Father, Prepare to Die, heard that there was violin, and really wanted to be a part of some of that. So that's how that came to be. Now I think that that particular section of the song is way cooler for it.
Yes. By the way, fun fact about the vocal samples. The sound saying round 1. We originally actually had Mortal Kombat samples for those. Because David Dikers, I think it's in the chat actually, somewhere. Anyway, he pulled Mortal Kombat samples for those. And then like 3 days before the deadline, he got nervous about using those samples because actually from a game.
I mean,
So,
like,
Oh, Kelly's in the chat. Cool.
there is precedent for sampling things without asking in Homestuck albums, but
That's true. But anyway, he re-recorded it, and then I was like, okay, now I just need to make the sound huge and boomy, and like it came from Mortal Kombat, basically.
it sounds good. It works.
Yep.
Oh hey, would it be alright if I added Kelly to the call?
Go for it.
Alright, okay, do it.
The more the merrier.
The only other thing I have to say about this song is basically, I don't know, I feel like this song is a lot of combination of the fan.
Alright, hold on, I have to close the
like,
screen narrow up here.
I'm sorry, what?
Hi, I play the violin.
Oh, hey.
Hi, violin.
Hello, violin.
That's me.
Welcome.
Violin, thy name is Kelly.
Oh yeah, yeah, I have a name.
So,
I've actually read at least one comment that thought I was the one playing guitar on this, and I was like, what are you smoking? I can play this cleanly, come on.
No, yeah, this song was basically entirely fan musicians coming off Colors of and Mayhem, and David just kind of recruited a bunch of us to do Dogfight, and then that just carried over to Volume 10. So it's really cool kind of how the fan musician community has come together.
Dogfight never
For
stops.
Homestuck in particular.
The dogs will never stop.
Right, the dogs will never
So we're
play.
on to Sound Judgment now.
Yep.
This song is my favorite, I think, other than Stride.
Malcolm
This
is
song is
just
also
consistently amazing.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Malcolm,
Okay,
fantastic.
I can always never pick the transition into Sound Judgment just because of how fantastically seamless this album is. Every time I'm like, oh wait, we're on Sound Judgment already. It just feels like the ending of the fight.
Yeah, you know, John kills Jack, and then suddenly Terezi jumps in and starts beating up someone. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
I don't remember.
In the narrative of this album.
I like to imagine that this album, more than basically any other Homestuck album, probably could be set to a seamless, like, long-form, hour-and-a-half long animation.
Where's my
Yeah, that should have been the ending. That
where's
should have
my-
been the ending to Homestuck.
Where's my Paradox Space Interpretive Volume 10 comic?
Amazing.
And then, like, yeah.
I'd love that to be an actual project.
That would be good.
It'd be very good, yes.
By the way, while there's a, I guess, free moment, do I sound okay? Because I couldn't
you
find
sound
my...
Yeah, you
Alright,
sound
I couldn't find my sound interface, so I'm just talking with my laptop mic.
Okay, but you sound fine.
That's good.
Do me and Paul sound fine?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
everything sounds good.
Alright, because our audio interface turned off for a moment.
Wait, it did?
Yeah, it did, because
Oh.
I unplugged it on
Don't
accident.
unplug my audio interface, it costs money.
Hey, fuck you.
Do I sound alright? I literally just set this up right before the stream started.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Sound fine.
Okay, awesome.
Am I back? My Skype crashed.
Yes, welcome.
You're back.
Yeah.
This is...
No.
Alright.
Hello. This is my favorite part of the song. The,
Yeah.
Harlequin bit.
I love that it took me a few seconds to realize that it was Harlequin because of the variations on the melody. And that was
I thought you were
really
saying your favorite part of the song was when everyone asks if they sound alright. I was like, oh wow. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that just happens in the middle of the song. You're playing, and then you're like, do I sound alright?
We actually, we all stopped talking there, and that was just the song you were hearing.
That's my favorite.
No, I don't. Yeah, that was just the song.
commentary for sure.
You sound alright? Yeah, there's another one that just right there.
What?
What's up?
I don't know what's happening.
We're
guys
here
doing
and we're
okay over
talking
there?
about music, and that's all I can really figure out.
Sounds like a fun time.
Yeah, I'd say it is.
I mean, it's something.
I'm having a good time.
Having a good
Having
time.
a good time. Having a good time.
Shh, we'll get content ID'd.
Shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well.
We're not good enough at music to do that.
Alright. Now we're on to a song by Mark Hadley called Aggrievation.
I love the song.
I
Oh,
was expecting to go into Descend for some reason. I don't know.
This song is so good. Oh my god.
I thought we
Rachel's
kept
track art is just perfect.
Yeah,
It's
I
so
love
good.
it.
I mean, I'm biased, but yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I'm biased
I know
as
you're
well.
biased because you kissed Rachel.
Hey, that's confidential information.
Hey.
it's not.
Anyway,
Hey, I heard that RJ Light kisses Rachel Lundeen on the lips.
Whoa!
let's make this entire
We talking in real
song
life,
commentary
or-
about that and nothing else.
I
Actually,
want to talk about the song. It's good. I love
it's
it.
a really good song.
It's like my
Yeah.
favorite song that's not mine. Maybe.
I have to say, getting Mark on here was a big win. I think
Oh yeah.
I was really happy about that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he hasn't really done much Homestuck stuff since he made Slender.
That's true.
That's true.
He did the entire soundtrack for the Arrival, the like big Slender
Oh yeah.
remake / sequel, and that's really good stuff. But it's very out of the Homestuck wheelhouse. It's like super. It feels like the closest thing it feels like related to Homestuck is the song that was taken from the Saw soundtrack.
Yes.
So,
But what I love about the fact that he did Slender was that its popularity seemed to have absolutely nothing to do with his Homestuck notoriety.
oh no, 100%. You're
To the point
you're
where I
absolutely
think
right.
most people who are Homestuck fans and also know about Slender probably haven't made that connection.
Yeah, I think with
I didn't even know that he did Slender at first. It blew my mind when I discovered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, whenever I learned it was Mark Hadley behind Slender, I was like, oh, I'm somehow not surprised.
I guess it makes sense on some
I only
level.
say that because it seems like everybody just does everything and knows everybody all the time. So
we
whenever
go.
I look at stuff like that, after a certain point, I just sort of have to go, all right.
Yep.
It's like my uncle knowing Michael in 2012 for no reason, just because
Oh,
they were
man.
both in the same town.
Yeah, and people in the chat now are just learning this as well.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, surprise, by the
Hey
way.
guys, Mark Hadley makes
Spec
Slender.
is, Mark Hadley. Ta-da.
Just
Yeah.
FYI.
Wow, there's a lot of people who didn't know this, even here. Wow. I was really happy that Rachel gave me permission to use her sketches because I really liked the first sketch, almost
Me too.
more than the final art. But
I like them all in different ways, I think.
Oh yeah, noted Homestuck musician Toby Fox also made the game Undertale for anybody who didn't
Whoa!
know.
Oh my god!
Who?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the same Toby Fox? Are you serious? No.
Yeah,
same Toby Fox that made Homestuck.
Hey guys. Hey guys, Toby Fox made Slender.
That's not true.
Wait, are you
No,
talking
Toby
about?
Fox, Toby Fox, the famed developer behind Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yes.
Are you talking about Toby?
Don't
Don't call me
do
Radiation Fox.
So
Is that the
most of the commentary was given to me by email or via Twitter, or like there were a few people who just wrote it into this long document we had. But Rachel's is unique because she called me and literally said the quote that's in there and told me to put that down.
Yeah,
as it was.
it kind of it definitely read to me as something that she would have said to you like out loud.
This is my favorite.
I love this track.
Volume
This
10.
is my
Oh,
favorite
this
track.
is Stride, isn't it?
Yeah, this is by Callie.
I really love the song.
God bless
This,
Callie.
of course, she's going by a different credit name for this song, but she also made Upward Movement and lots of other cool stuff.
I mean, I think Calibration is at least listed by her old name.
No, I don't think so. I think I've never seen her other name in there.
Well,
but yeah.
Okay.
But I love that
she's behind.
I love that she
I think
completely
Callie is
reworked the Upward Movement drum beat for this song to the point where it's almost unrecognizable unless you're listening hard enough.
There's a few points at the end where it's actually really recognizable.
Yeah,
I guess a little bit.
It's the snares. Like, they're unbelievably recognizable regardless of context.
They never really sounded like snares specifically to me. More like, I don't know, somebody...
For slog.
Some sort of really sharp metallic sound.
Well, yeah, it's a snare.
I mean, it is a snare, definitely, but, like, it's so processed.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I'm, like, the only person here that thinks that actually, like, that drum loop actually sounds really good, but...
Oh, I think it sounds fantastic, but that's my taste.
Oh, yeah, no, it's, I mean, love it or hate it, it's iconic.
It is. Yeah, I don't know.
My taste favors the kind of hyper-processed hip-hop vibe of that. So, I mean, I kind of love that kind of sound to the point that it's almost detrimental sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, for example, if I look back on things I would have changed or done differently across the years of working in Homestuck music, I think that Variations is very out of place on the felt. Just in my opinion, and it feels very forced in there because of all the processing that I put on there. But I love this. Yeah, so you can hear right now, by the way, that's the
Upward Movement drum beat, just sort of chopped up and probably EQ'd to hell.
What I wanted to say is that
I saw some people on the
I say
internet
something?
thinking that... Oh yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that Callie is probably one of the people that improved the most over the course of Homestuck in terms of production. Like, if you compare this to Upward Movement or his other earlier songs, I think this is just way better overall.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, she said that on the twit.
Yeah, she did. I also... I talked to her when I was mastering this to make sure I was getting it as right as I could, and she's somebody who has a lot of really strong opinions about compression and mastering and things like that, and I got her to tell me that my master of this song was perfect, in her own words, and I'm very proud of that.
I can attest, I've been to her house, and she has a very specific setup with her studio. It's like I can get pretty particular about how my speakers are set up and how the monitors are and all this stuff. She's very particular about it.
Yeah, that seems consistent with what I understand about her.
It's kind of good.
Also wanted to say...
I don't remember any of these names, man. I'm terrible for shit.
Dumbass.
There's like 90 tracks on this album, man.
Yeah, 90
25. That's not that many.
There are 1,025 tracks on this album.
Just like
me numbers.
Just like fucking.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. By accident has that many tracks. That wasn't even on purpose. Because most of the tracks, it has actually the exact number that Bandcamp says it has is 1,011, but most of them are empty because of a Bandcamp glitch that now does not let me get into the album.
Oh yeah.
That's fun.
So I can't actually change that, which is part of the whole issue.
Has Bandcamp even like bothered to email you back about it yet?
Emailed them 5 times. I haven't gotten a single response yet. I'm gonna keep trying, but
jeez,
we'll see what happens.
That is like weirdly uncharacteristic of Bandcamp. That's weird. Especially because your album was at the top of the charts at one point.
Well, not top, but
Well, it was like near the top.
This is my favorite song on the album, Sky and Starstorm by Astrokid.
Yeah. Sky.
That wasn't my fault.
Don't do that.
That had nothing to do with it.
No, that's nobody's fault, but I mean, it's one person's fault, but I'm not going to call him out.
No, I'll say it was my fault.
Go ahead.
No, it was definitely my fault. Yeah, I mislabeled the song, and that was a thing. But I think it turned out okay.
I literally,
Yeah,
I'm surprised that it didn't get caught because I asked almost immediately after you sent me the finished mastered MP3 list. I was like, "Oh, did Thomas change the name of the song?"
I saw you asking that, and I wasn't sure why you were asking that.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's the
One, two, three,
the
four.
my song, the first of the two songs. So I guess I should talk about this because it's mine. This is an over 4 years old song, and it got its start before Cascade originally came out, the whole Flash and everything. And before the plans were to make Cascade this long, like 10-minute animation, we even knew about that, I was kind of working on remixing this with the intent originally of it being this super long form variation on what I guess we'd call Cascade Beta now. And this became Cascade 2, and I put that up online because it didn't get on an album, and it was kind of really unpolished and unfinished. And people have been bugging me to release it for years, so I just finished it. And the version that's on here is entirely, there's no samples. It's me playing the guitar, it's me doing everything. The original version was basically just a bunch of remixed samples, Descend-ish, but this is a lot looser and yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think some people had picked up on more things that I have with this version regarding just the similarity in structure to your original demo, to the final version.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how much did you change compositionally, arrangement-wise, and so forth?
So the overall structure is pretty much there, but most of the song quotes are a lot looser and subtler. Like there's a split second of Suburban Jungle. Infinity Mechanism still has that, opening bit, but there's things from Flare, like just kind of like 3-note bits here and there. Jeremy has a cameo arc that's slowed down a lot near the end and stuff like that. It's just throughout the song, most of the things that I had in there originally are still in there, but they're much more dialed down and kind of in the background.
Oh hey, so Thomas Virgil has joined us.
This is probably my favorite
unfortunately
section.
Right after Sky and Overdrive played.
Oh.
Yeah, comes the clap that basically every single person says is the best part of the song.
Can I take credit for making that better with mastering?
No.
I definitely compressed that a bunch and made it good. It was already good.
Yeah, no, the compression definitely beats it up a little bit, which is nice.
Yeah. I mean, I think
it's actually a late.
on the list.
The
When I say
clap
this
is
track on the
actually. Oh, the track art's by Nico Doll, who is a friend of mine that I met because I don't actually remember the original context. It had something to do with Homestuck interlocking group thing, but yeah.
Because it sort of solidified for me how sort of intense this album was in terms of the amount of amazing content that it was going to bring.
Thank you. I mean, part of that is that's really entirely her on there, but The only direction I gave was it's like a clusterfucked version of Cascade.
So I'm gonna go ahead and pause this. Pause the playback. Because Thomas has a limited amount of time with us, and we're not gonna get to Void Light in time. So.
Okay. Yeah. No, that sounds fair.
Yeah.
Put up the Void Light.
I'll put up
PDF,
the Void
maybe.
Light thing. Let me find it. In here. There we go. Void Light. And you here, Thomas?
Here is Thomas.
I am here.
Hey.
Hey.
Nice.
Yeah, tell us about your songs.
Honestly, I'm glad that I got in at the end of Sky and Overdrive because there really wasn't much I could say. It was like 3 years ago. I was talking to Skeleton / Butt Pilgrim / Zinnier on Skype about metal and stuff, and he was like, "Hey, have you ever thought about doing Sky and Ride as metal?" And I was just like, "No." And then, of course, I couldn't stop thinking about it then and made it.
Nice.
Very little changed since then, other than drums and some mixing.
Awesome. It was a very good song. I like it a lot. So what about Void Light?
Void Light, everybody seems to be taking it as alt Calliope sort of piece. For when she destroys the green sun, but it was originally meant, I mean, I guess it is technically for her as well, but it's really any of the dead Calliopes that it's applicable for. It was originally done because of Roxy and Callie's scenes on that little spiral thing that she had out in the furthest ring. I just wanted something kind of like peaceful and kind of relaxing, but still kind of ominous because Lord English is running around breaking everything.
Awesome. Well,
I cannot actually hear where it is in the song right now.
We're not
because
actually
I'm on my
playing it.
phone. What?
Our current setup is such that it's hard to skip around, so I just have it paused.
Dang it! I'm talking on dead air.
I think I'm talking over music though.
Just all you.
Yeah.
He's got birds in the background though, so it's all right.
It's very relaxing.
Oh yeah,
We'll be getting
I'm
to
outside.
that eventually, but yeah.
I'm outside at a cat and dog shelter, essentially, in one of the cat porches.
Nice.
There is a black cat named Sally staring at me indignantly.
Nice.
Pet her.
I will try.
All right. So, got anything else you want to say about your songs?
Actually, not really.
All right.
I put Slog in charge of saying anything else.
All right.
Alright.
Chess pieces are cool. Yeah.
Thanks for phoning it in.
Yeah, thanks for coming out.
Jeez.
Sorry,
Literally.
Kind of mean.
Yeah, make the obvious joke. Why not?
All right.
Wish I had more to say.
Well, if you're around for our Q&A session, I'm sure people will have questions.
How long do you think it'll go on?
Let's see. We've got probably an hour left. Hour and 10 minutes. And then we'll be doing the Q&A.
Yeah.
Get off at like 4 or 4:30. So.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Well.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and get started with Moon Sweater.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's this song.
So that was
again.
the reference there to Blue Adam, kind of. Both of them start with the same chord, well, maybe in a different key, but.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's Malik.
There he is.
So yeah, someone took that, I guess, and I don't know if they thought it was me or something, but
Yeah, that was
it's not
that image was used in as part of the
yeah, there you go.
the
Jeez.
the subreddit community stream poster, possibly to represent David, but that is not David. That is Malik, the saxophone player on this track, and also on Blue Adam.
Yeah. So I hadn't actually seen Malik in like a year before it came to doing this, and we didn't record the saxophone until the song was already like confirmed for the album. So sort of like I think it was the Wednesday before we had to have this done. He came by and recorded it, and we had like a long day of saxophone, and we found out how horrible my sheet music for this was.
That also sounds like a lot of work given the time frame.
Yeah, it was good fun. There was a lot of pencil notes on Malik's record card.
Do you want to talk a little bit to the audience who may
we're
not
just
be
coming up with
familiar
the bot
with?
section here.
I'm just gonna stop for this part because it's great. But anyway,
You can blame me
It's like
entirely
bot
for
unison. The sort of bebop thing. It's the idea. It's not quite.
so do you want to talk a little bit to the audience who may not be as familiar with what Logic Pro looks like or does?
Yeah, there's a
this
little Logic.
snippet of
Come on,
Logic
no, I
stuff
nailed
here.
it first take. Ignore that little bit in the middle. This is like one perfect take of guitar.
Yes.
And the artwork was kind of like a fun little back and forth because like my initial thing was I wanted the Midnight Crew and I wanted Jack Noir to have Jack Noir as the shadow, and with the sword through the chest, kind of like on the art for Moonsetter, except not.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So it was like a callback to that in the art, and now we've got the two saxophones, kind of like you had the cello and the other on the original.
God, I love it when people get like live brass into their stuff. It sounds so great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically woodwinds, I say.
Yeah.
As a huge
Yeah, I was gonna
band
say.
snob.
Well, saxophone
Reef
is kind
there.
of on the brassy side of woodwinds.
And this is the what was it? I did the like the Sir Duke, I think, not quite. But...
You know, fun fact, I was actually supposed to play drums on this, but all my recording equipment broke, like right
blew it all
when I
up,
was
yeah.
gonna start doing it, so that sucks.
That's the only thing that isn't performed on this track.
Yeah, which
And it's all
I
pages
feel,
full,
I
basically.
still feel really bad about it, but I haven't even been able to replace most of that yet.
It
so-
wouldn't be the first time one of
we're
us
coming up
flaked on
solos.
recording something for David.
Yeah.
I say
So
as
this is-
somebody who definitely was supposed to record clarinet for David's song on the Casual Sunday album.
Yeah. Yeah, the guitar solo is the only written solo in this. Like, I don't know if it was originally written, but I've re-performed it about 3 or 4 times.
The only premeditated
So most of
part.
this is improv.
Yeah, like after the guitar isn't, but the other 2 solos are like comped improv.
Well, that's
So
rad.
just lots
That's
of takes.
fantastic.
I posted up like the long version of this next solo as well, and you've got the lick coming up.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, which no one seems to spot. There it was.
There it was.
I only noticed it because you said the lick was there. I was like, wait, where? Oh, there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hot licks.
And I don't know if those of you in the audience don't know.
No, don't tell them.
What the lick is. I wasn't
A
gonna tell.
lick
don't
is
tell
when
'em.
it's when you take your tongue and you shove
Don't-
it all
don't.
over your saxophone.
Anyway, yeah, this solo was originally twice as long, and I put up a version of it that's the full length, and it sounds really weird to me now because I've got so used to hearing it finish like here. And yeah, we got Malik solo.
I love that E-piano.
Yeah.
And that's an actual Rhodes.
It's an
if
actual
I'm
Rhodes,
correct.
yeah.
Yes, that you were talking about how you got that, and I got really envious when, of course, because
Yeah,
Rhodes is one of my favorite sounds in the universe.
That is awesome.
Sorry.
I didn't realize that's a real one.
I'm gonna duck out for just a second, and I'll be back shortly.
Sure.
Abandon
So, yeah.
us.
This first saxophone solo is almost all one take that he did.
Oh, that's great.
This one's
This
a
might
little
be
bit
my
less.
favorite section of the whole thing.
Oh, the Steely Dan section.
Yeah, the chords here are just fantastic.
Hey David, somebody is saying this is Weather Channel jazz.
Weather Channel jazz.
Yeah, I saw.
You should do that thing you were gonna do.
I was gonna just
I'm
like
correct-
read a weather report over the whole thing, but I just nah.
I mean, Weather Channel jazz isn't. I wouldn't take that
It's
as
an officially recognized genre.
I wouldn't take that at all as an insult if I was
It's
you.
really good Weather Channel jazz.
Like
The original
is.
plan for planning this was like, in the metadata, I was going to include all of these like different genres that I just kind of came up with on the fly. Like, there's one that's just like mostly just descriptors for the song, and I think the original one for this one was like dad band, like jam rock or something.
Well, you got the Steely Dan, I guess, there.
Yeah, but like a lot of them were like a little mean, and I felt bad about it. And then it just a time thing was like, oh,
It's okay. I'm probably meaner than
Honestly,
anyone
I
else.
would, I would have been fine with that. My favorite genre metadata joke is to put crimes in the genre tag, just because I like to insinuate. I don't know. I find the word crimes funny.
Oh, and yeah, the slap bass
Yeah,
as well.
sorry.
I'd forgotten about the slap bass. I know someone did like a 30-minute remix, like extended version of this, and it sort of joins from the slap bass to the fingerstyle bass. It's like, oh yeah, there's the join.
Okay, I found the list, and this one was officially listed under genre neighborhood funk jam band.
That's really good.
Nice.
That is a good name.
That works.
Yeah.
Doing. On an unrelated note, apparently there's a new Paradox Facebook, so also go buy that.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. And if you didn't know, I mean, this was probably announced earlier, but there is in fact a Volume 10 print.
Oh yeah, that too.
Oh yeah.
It's really good. It's the cover art, but you know, in a
Alexandra
different
Lexi
format.
Douglas owed me a favor and also wanted to like contribute in some way, so I was like, "Hey, friend,
Yeah.
what
I
you
mean, it's
doing?"
interesting because this actually makes the second Homestuck-related album that I've managed that she's done art for, but I didn't ask her to do the art in either case, which is interesting.
And that is the most jarring transition on the album, I think.
God.
No,
It's not easy to make
Still
that.
works, I think. It's not that bad.
It works, I think, because it's jarring, but it is one that's impossible to make smooth, I think.
Yeah.
With all the Booze and Kai tracks, it's basically like, because I was the one who picked I kind of haphazardly picked the track order, and all of these are just like, well, it's just chiptune, and so I need to spread them out because I don't want them all in the same place, and so there's no rhyme or reason. I'm glad you guys liked it.
It worked. We had to kind of work with what we had, but I think it shook out pretty well.
Yeah, like at the end especially, Marcy really made the transitions
Change the
between
page,
tracks work.
Marcy's not here right now.
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
Marcy's awesome.
we one of the things that we did to kind of help with that was I kind of just like instructed everyone if they wanted to kind of like write transitions, and I think that one of the big ones that came together actually was the whole Ascend Starfall suite with Breeze as well in there. There's like this whole section actually from Solar Voyage to Ascend that is very seamless.
Some choice transitions.
Yeah, and all of those were written in.
Yeah. So, I guess I'm on. So, yeah, this is basically in the style of Bastion's Happy Flight by Klaus Goldinger from the Never-Ending Story soundtrack. I basically tried to imitate the style of the tune without actually taking any melodic elements from it. And I even managed to find some musical score of an arrangement of Bastion's Happy Flight online. So I drew a lot of my instrumentation techniques from that.
Yeah, this one's real good. The genre I assigned for this one was cult hit early '90s adventure movie. So
Well, that's pretty much exactly.
You know,
the
it's from the
inspiration.
80s, right? It's actually 1984.
I've never heard of Time before, so
I think that early '90s and late '80s are basically identical anyway. Really, it doesn't
was
really
84. It wasn't late 80s.
Oh well, then fuck me then.
That's alright.
Alright,
The hell
hello,
is
I'm back. Sorry, I missed the castle.
I'm
part.
right.
Change it.
I'll
No
just
one
discuss
noticed.
the part
Change
for
the
castle
fucking
briefly.
art.
Yeah,
And also
Marcy,
put
you
on
gotta
Steam.
change
You
commentary
had like 5
with
Steam
stuff.
notifications.
Then we've got I got some Steam notifications. I'm gonna
So we
turn off Steam.
Separate.
We're on
two
Voyage
whole
Light
separate
right now.
things.
All right. Display the Sky and
That's-
Happy Flight art real quick, just so people can.
That castle, that Sky and Happy Flight, which I actually really like how the kind of sketch to final art transition there in the PDF works.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, a bit of trivia. Neverending Story was the first movie I actually remember seeing in the theaters when it was out in the theaters in 1984.
Nice. I actually have not seen it, and I probably should.
You really should. It's got a special place in my heart, and it's one of those classic '80s fantasy movies that's just kind of iconic, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't believe anyone who says that there's sequels. There's never been any sequels to this.
Yeah, of
so.
course not. Of course not.
No.
How could you have a second never-ending story if the first one is still going on?
Right? They're just
Did you know there's
running
an endless summer too? Why would you ever need a second one? It's the same.
There was actually a third, which is what amazes me the most.
Wait, what? I actually didn't know about
There's a
X-Men.
never-ending story. There's a never-ending story 3.
I said,
Came out in
there's
1990.
Wow. They steal the memory orbs or whatever, right? In the glass.
That was the second one, right?
Man,
Oh,
I've never
someone
seen
must have made money off it.
What the fuck is
The
a
Neverending
movie?
Story 3 had a chock-full budget of $17 million, and let's see what happened there. The film received overwhelmingly negative reviews by critics. Variety said the Neverending Story lives up to its title in the worst way possible with the third outing.
It just doesn't end.
I really love that we've taken this
never
exact
stops.
moment to talk about the apparently non-existent Neverending Story sequels because we've already gotten Thomas's Voidlight commentary.
Yeah, which is, it's nice to, have a little break from our
Regularly scheduled
Oh.
programming.
I also get it because Homestuck. Oh, that's the joke.
It's a great song.
It took me a second there.
I wasn't paying attention. What?
Neverending Story, Homestuck, 7 years.
Oh, right.
Uh,
That was
Comedy.
such a funny joke, Paul. I am laughing so hard. Ha ha
I
ha.
wasn't joking, I was just making connections.
What fucking ever? I hate you.
This is like the weirdest, saddest conversation I've ever had to listen to.
I'm pretty
yeah. What? I apologize for both the conversation and my laugh. I think that if anyone knows me for a long enough time, they find that A, I find the dumbest things funny, and B, when I do, it's terrible for them.
It really is. It really is.
So
Amazing.
I apologize for that.
I forgot what we were talking about. So, Void
We all
Light,
love
pretty
you,
good.
The light has it's been voided. It's null. It's good. This is actually interesting because when I first saw the track art, I have to say my initial reaction was, "Is that it?" But then, like, the more because there's like it's just the spiral.
Yeah.
You know, I thought it was like a background or it was a render that didn't quite work. But the more I like looked at it with the song, and it made a lot of sense. I liked it a lot. It's much more minimalistic than any of the other track art pieces, but it works really well for the track. And now we're already like 30 seconds into the return of No Rock, so.
There we go. Oh yeah, sorry, I should change the track art. There we go. Bam. Beatdown DX.
The unofficial genre for Void Light was neat synths and nice claps. There you go.
Nice.
I'm just getting a
Nice.
sense of how far behind the stream is.
I
We're on
really,
Beatdown
really
DX
love
right now.
Beatdown DX. Yeah, we're on Beatdown DX. So I was really happy to hear back from No Rock, Kurt Blakeslee. That's a name, by the way, that I always trip up on because I want it to be Blake Lee in my head. The like extra S throws off my brain. But he got back to me pretty quickly when I was like trying to reach out to I literally reached out to every single person who'd ever done music for Homestuck except for Bill Bolin. not a joke.
No, man, bring him back. Just get him back up in this piece. Great.
Thanks, RJ.
I mean, honestly, in part, that was because Bill Bolin is literally inaccessible and gone from the internet. It's impossible to find any contact info for him. I actually looked out of curiosity, not even with a serious intent to, like, talk to the guy, but just to see if he was around, and he's nowhere.
Wow.
But Kurt got back to me, and this is his first song in, I think, 8 volumes. It's really good. Initially, the first version was really sparse, but I really like what he did with it as he worked on it, and the end section's really nice.
Yeah, I love that. That's definitely my favorite part. Cool variations on the melody.
Yeah, it's really, really cool.
And actually, just
and
brand new
also
melody.
it's also interesting because I think that there's 4 versions, there's 4 beatdown melodies on this album, independently of each other, because of this song getting added.
So something interesting regarding reaching out to old people from the beginning of Homestuck music. I don't think we heard back from him, but we also reached out to, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but Kevin Regami.
Yeah, I almost kind of heard back from him. Here's what happened. So, the only contact info that Kevin has publicly available is his Twitter. And he's like a big name, not big name, but he's like,
well, yeah,
he's
it
pretty
was
successful.
interesting to find out that he, like, is the creative director for this game audio company that, like, did the audio for Crypt of the Necrodancer, among other games.
Oh, among a lot of other games. Definitely.
No,
So,
seriously?
Yeah.
Shit.
He's like really successful. So I like reached out to him. I was like, "Hey, it's RJ from the Homestuck music team. You may remember me from ages ago. Whatever." And he favorited my tweet about DMing him, but then he never
Never actually tweeted at you?
He never actually tweeted back at me or DM'd me or anything. So either he forgot or whatever, or he never had any intention of it in the first place.
Yeah, maybe you just got iced. When I fave someone's tweet, that's me ending the conversation.
Actually, it's true for me in a lot of cases as well. It's a good way to do it politely.
Yeah.
But yeah, that probably is what happened. Which, fair to him. I was just hoping to get that because it'd be really cool to have the very first song ever featured in the comic, and then like close.
Yeah.
But we kind of had it with Clued, so
I want to say about Beatdown DX real quick. It was actually a little bit longer, but I got permission through RJ from Kurt to fade it out sooner, so it would end up being 4 minutes and 13 seconds, which I think ended up working in its favor anyway because it started to wear on a little long.
It's a little overlong, but it shortens it up just enough. It's
Anyway,
really.
We're now on to Solar Voyage, which
Yeah!
Voyage! That's
this
why
song
we
used to be
talked.
called.
That's how I showed up.
This song used to be called Explair.
Yeah.
Because we had no idea what to call it, and it was like, we're gonna play this for people.
basically,
Let's call it Explair.
Eric and I, along with Michael Bowman, Clark Powell, and Aster Kid, also known as Ricky, had a little band in 2012 when we played at South by Southwest, and that was cool. That was fun. But before that, we also did a backyard concert, just like a free one for Homestuck fans. It was pretty cool, and a lot of people showed up. But while we were preparing
and they were all
for
very
it,
polite and watched us and stuff.
Yeah. While we were
I wish I was there.
We
Man, I really wish I was there, but
I wish you were there
I think
too,
at the
RJ.
time.
We actually had Callie and Tyler Dever also show up later to help.
What
film
year was this
our show.
again? This is 2012.
2012, yeah.
So anyway, we were
yeah,
working on this song. Basically, we were preparing for the concert, and we thought, hey, we should shoehorn a bunch more Homestuck songs into our concert. And mostly we only had backing tracks for the songs that our band members actually made. So we decided to go with Flare and just kind of build something around the base of Flare. And so we started off with Eric playing a rendition of Ruins, moving into Flare here. This is actually like based off of the backing track structure that Clark put together specifically for that live show, although I had to recreate it in the Flare project file from the live stream we did that we recorded. So that was fun.
Did Clark just not have it?
Yeah, I don't think he like saved the project file. I mean, yeah, I think he just exported it.
Yo, somebody in the chat wants me to talk about the drums.
Yeah, I'll talk about the drums.
Which is what I actually did on this. Like,
so,
okay.
Wait, there's my vocals right there, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
Paul's
Brian's
vocals are in here. So basically, then we just decided to end it with Explore because Michael had some involvement in that as well. Then we were gonna try to fix it up for Volume 9, but nobody really actually stepped up to do that. So after Volume 9 came out, I decided I was just gonna finally put this together and release it. And then Volume 10 took another 4 years. So drums. I wanted to have I wanted to bolster the drums in this track with like some really heavy acoustic drum kit. I wrote some bad drums that were there for a long time, and then shortly before finalizing this track, maybe a week before release actually, week and a half, I think.
Yeah, week and a half.
I got in touch with Paige and asked her to actually do some good drums for it, and so she did.
They're really good.
So I didn't have access to my recording equipment because of them breaking, like all my mics breaking right before fucking recording Moon Sweater. So they're MIDI drums, but like what I did to make them sound really punchy and powerful is gating all the snares, kicks, and toms. Which, if you don't know what gated drums are, it's basically like In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. That's what I was using, basically.
So yeah, there's a lot to say about this song, and I want to try to condense it into this segment as much as I can.
I want to say one last thing.
Okay.
Actually, I did a little bit more than drums on this, actually. Very, very lowest mix is a fuzz bass that I wrote.
It adds a lot, I think.
Yeah, what?
Also, real quick, I want to just say, literally the day before I was supposed to have this done, Tensei recorded a sick guitar solo for me, and that happened, and that was pretty clutch.
I actually wanted it to be a bit more elaborate, because I thought it's a bit repetitive, like the MIDI files you sent me over.
Yeah.
But I basically pretty much literally copied it, but I figured we could have maybe extended it a bit, maybe did like an improvisational solo or something like that.
Probably.
Or maybe
it
just
meant
not
to be
anything else.
Yeah.
There's a lot more we could have done with this song, and maybe more we should do with this song. I would like to do an updated version sometime. I noticed a lot of people were saying that the piano solo at the beginning is pretty sparse and just Ruins, and I would definitely like to add more stuff to that. So maybe there'll be almost said Explare. There will be a Solar Voyage Part 2 or 2.0 or something.
Longer Solar Voyage.
Homestuck 2.0.
Solar Voyage continue.
Alright, Feel Alive.
I did composition on this, almost 5 years ago. Maybe it is 5 years to the, around this day now.
Yeah, it's actually basically 5 years.
Yeah, I don't know that I had any particular inspiration with this. I just kind of pumped out this really good melody somehow. It's really rockin', if I say so myself. It's the best thing I've ever made.
It's really good.
The name of the song, as to why it's called Feel and then Alive in parentheses, the name of the song has been just Feel for a really long time, and RJ really wanted it to just be that for the album. I don't know why it's been called this for so long. I don't know if anybody who was around when that sort of became a running gag can explain how that happened, because I don't even remember.
I mean,
just Feel.
I was the one who named it originally, because I was the one who started the project file. So, I basically started the project file based on that, crow noise rhythm motif, way back in 2011, and I didn't really have anything together for it. The song was called Feel just because that was the first thing that popped in my head, and it kind of just stayed the name because no one came up with anything better for years.
Oh, great.
So
You'll win.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't like it being called just Feel. It didn't feel like punchy or solid enough for what the song has become now. I wanted to call it like Feel Alive without any parentheses in it, but RJ wasn't feeling that for some reason. So I was like, I bet if I put it in parentheses, it'll be exactly stupid enough for him to really like it.
It works.
And he did, so it worked. That's why it's called that.
So basically, the composition, like most of the melody, besides the little like quiet break with the piano and the second solo section, is all Luke. And I did all the production. There's really not much to say about that except for the fact that there was a lot of back and forth between me and Luke on that.
I disagree with him about a lot of things.
Yeah, there was a lot of very particular mixing decisions. I think the one big contribution I did to the composition was the bass line, which you hear kind of throughout.
Yeah, that's really good.
These transitions aren't
Thank you.
working very well, but anyway.
I think that's just the thing.
It's
that
just
we're
the
listening to
upload.
here.
Yeah, we're using. Okay, so full disclosure, we are actually using
we're using
YouTube.
Mackin's YouTube upload.
Yeah, exactly. Which,
Yep.
thanks for having the transitions broken.
Yeah, you didn't do our
Thanks.
I worked hard on those transitions.
Wow.
Yeah,
We are just.
especially the ones around Feel, which I was very particular about. Marcy kept sending me back with the master, like, there was like a second gap between the songs. I'm like, no, just cut it to the millisecond.
Yeah.
Because it really doesn't work any other way. If you have the gap, it just kind of feels a little awkward.
Yeah, it was funny. 'Cause I kept trying to close the gap little by little, and every time I made it closer, it sounded worse and worse until you told me cut it right, like cut these songs perfectly together, no gap at all. And I did that. I made it as close as it could go, and it like bypassed the uncanny valley.
Yeah, that's basically what you have to do. It's one of the tricks I learned about transitions is the like hard cut way to do things, and you just do a quick fade in and then boom, and it really works most of the time. Well, for a lot of things. There's some things it doesn't work for, but I think it works here pretty well.
But yeah, the reason we're using the YouTube upload is just because that's
So-
the easiest
so
way to sync
Eric's
it between
song,
all of our
huh?
people here.
Yeah, Eric's
Eric's song.
I don't have info. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
This is like Eric KK.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess people keep relating it to Animal Crossing. I've never played Animal Crossing.
Whoa!
Listened to the music. I haven't played the majority of any Nintendo stuff.
Yeah, no, it's very Animal Crossing, and it's good.
Especially with the with the accordion, I think.
Yeah, I
definitely.
honestly don't remember why I decided to go with accordion. Like, a brass solo would have been nice, but I don't have any good brass. And I was like, well, guitar maybe? No. And I was like, well, accordion's got a nice tone. It kind of fits.
You
And
kind of
it,
get
like-
away with it more as well.
Yeah,
Honestly-
and originally the song had a little bit of, like, maybe shipping intent, which sort of got thrown by the wayside too. But it was gonna be,
The
you know, like,
romantic accordion kind of thing.
yeah, for romantic gondola. I was like, accordion, sure, we'll go with that. But
Like the accordion player standing awkwardly next to like a...
yeah, originally I just had the idea of like a piano and a gondola and someone playing that, and I was like, going with that. You know, it's funny, like an entire upright piano and a little boat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, I
my
like that.
main inspiration for this is really more the work of Maria Schneider, a really excellent jazz composer. I basically took the first 4 bars of a piece she did and started my piece with that because she went to something else completely, and I was like, well, you got rid of this perfectly good introduction, so I'll just take that and do something else.
That's how
And
a lot
then-
of good jazz songs are, really. Like through history.
What, just taking the first 4 bars of something?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
It's usually
Anyway.
just taking all the chords from underneath something and playing a different melody on top.
Yeah, true that. Anyway,
This is fantastic.
Just describe
Yeah.
every jazz song.
Oh yeah, so we're getting into the we're getting into the transition I did. I actually had Eric send me a version of the song that didn't fade out, so I could do my own fade out. And
then I did like a separate version with a different fade out for like my YouTube upload. So there's like 3 different fade out versions
yeah,
of
so
the song.
I did the fade out on the album version myself, and Jeremy was very excited about putting together some transition stuff, which we're probably not going to hear work correctly. Thanks.
We'll hear like a little bit, and we'll feel like it
fine.
awkwardly, it's like
Fine.
But yeah, we had basically, I had Jeremy send me some isolated samples of the bells from Starfall, and I sort of overlaid them. I know Jeremy and Eric kind of worked out the transition initially on their own, and I did my best to implement it.
Yeah, I was like, hey, this is in the same key. Just like take that bit and put it in there, and then he did, and it was great.
Eric literally drew a visual representation of how the transition would work.
Here we go.
Yeah, because like there's no other way to do it. I was like, take the bells and then do this thing, and this part. I'll just draw it. It's like MS Paint, just line tool.
Oh, that should have been part of the PDF.
It should have been.
Oh,
I didn't get anything besides the track art, so
I didn't think until just now that would have been a funny.
I just noticed there's a typo in my commentary, and I'm angry.
Oh no.
What? Where?
The word "is" has an extra A in it at some point.
Do we want to talk about typos and mistakes in the first versions of the commentary?
Let's not. All that matters.
Sound on this.
All that matters is that the PDF is pretty much okay now, and I think we can leave it at that.
I wish that I caught the typo you're talking about, Luke, because now I feel upset. Yeah.
So Jeremy was.
You guys
going
sent
to
me
join
like
us.
9 different versions of the PDF, and I'm like, oh my god, just like because it takes me I have really terrible upload speed, so it's like this is like a 200 megabyte PDF. I'm like, this is gonna take me like 7 hours to upload.
Yeah, no, I felt really
And
bad
then
about
as soon
the
as I would
last
get it done, it'd be like, actually, we got another one. There was like one typo in a tiny little part of it, and no one's ever gonna notice it. But can you do this anyway? And I was like, yeah, man. The album only has to go up in like 3 minutes. It's fine. It'll be.
Yeah,
James is
I
the
felt
hero here.
really awful about that. I made sure to cut it off after like the 3rd time we did that.
No, like
because-
there was one point where I was just like, okay, guys, let's gather our resources, make sure that we have the final upload, and then never touch it again.
I would have uploaded it.
Jeremy was going
but
to
I
join
don't
us, but I haven't
have
heard from
access to the Bandcamp actually. So
I know. Whew, above your pay grade, maybe.
Oh, jeez.
They just barely gave it to me. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Now, anything remaining in the PDF is entirely intentional.
Yes.
It's not really intentional, except for apparently the one typo that I missed on Luke's commentary that he
That was
just
actually
mentioned. now.
I did that on purpose. I made sure that it would slip by you.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm
So
here to sabotage the album.
I
He
have
also-
something to say about Jeremy's song. Like, I don't know, I had nothing to do with it, but okay, this song, every time I hear it, I think of those like early 3D tech demos.
Oh
you
yeah.
know?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Every single time, and I love it. I'm not like, this is not an insult in any way. I think like it's just like this weird like dad with a theremin who like his like friend does like, it's like, oh, they've got like falling marbles, and it hits the weird like instrument that's like also sort of steampunk, but maybe it's a flower and it blooms. It's like the weird Voodoo 38FX video card from like, I love it. It's fantastic. It's
Like
my
the one
aesthetic.
with, like the Rube Goldberg instrument machine. That's
Yeah,
General MIDI.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah.
music.
The
I love anime.
And music's so good,
yeah,
man.
and music.
And every time I hear this track, I'm like, oh my god, this would be perfect for one of those.
Every time I post on Facebook, there's always somebody who says, "How did they do that?"
So my favorite thing here is some key change. And that key change was not originally in the song, but we started talking about transitions, and Jeremy was like, oh my god, I have to do all the transitions. And so he made his song just change keys like that. But I think he actually, pulled that off pretty well.
It adds something to it, too, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Otherwise, it would just sort of faded out.
There's a lot of things in here that got changed throughout Jeremy working on it, and the biggest one is the melody towards the beginning. That was not there originally.
Right.
It was originally just the bass line.
Mm-hmm.
And I got so used to that every time I hear the final version, it actually weirds me out a bit. I'm like, oh, did this change from
okay, so anyway,
original?
So we actually had it speed up like this. Tensei sent me some of the stems for Ascend, and I basically just pieced together this transition.
Which was ruined.
Yeah, which was ruined by this YouTube upload.
You gotta buy the album, folks.
Yeah.
Yep, sounds really good on the album.
You gotta pay for those transitions.
Pay for the transitions.
Trying
Pay
to
for
get
the
people to
PDF.
buy the album.
That premium content.
Premium content. You see how you can't
Transition
quite
DLC.
read the commentary on the PDF?
Yeah.
That's because you have to buy it.
That's entirely.
Like $10.25 on Bandcamp.
You don't get the high-res version.
It is 1,000 cents and 25 extra cents on top of that.
Nice.
Geez, that's a lot of sense.
Almost.
That's a lot of sense. I don't know, man.
It makes no
It takes
sense.
a lot of sense to buy it, so...
Yeah, it also makes What Pumpkin a lot of sense when you buy it.
Oh.
And us, which is good.
Oh,
We
oh,
also
yeah.
do that.
Buy our album.
We benefit
Right,
from
this is my song.
sound.
I want to talk
It's
about it.
the best
Talk
song
about your song. Talk about your song. Oh yeah. and also-
Right, so obviously this song is for the most important chip in Homestuck ever, which is John Aradia, obviously.
100% canon.
Nice common ship there, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. I had to work that in, obviously. But I kind of had this idea. There's this video by Octopimp that's called "Everyone Have a Sweet Rave Party," and it kind of made me realize Homestuck doesn't really have much in the way of electronic dance music. So I kind of want to do something like that. I've usually been doing Homestuck songs with the idea of like covering a genre that hasn't really been done. So we got Strive, which was basically full metal guitars all the time, which hadn't really been done before. Well, there was the Harlequin remix on one of the earlier albums, but other than that, it was relatively novel, and so I kind of wanted to do the same thing with this track. I also figured I wouldn't be able to improve on Air of Grief, basically. Air of Grief was pretty much the maximum for me as far as rock and metal music goes in Homestuck. And especially since I started to this in like May or something, that's when I heard that we were going to be doing Volume 10. I figured I can't make like a better song than Air of Grief in those in such a small amount of time. So I figured I'm gonna do something entirely different. I'm gonna make EDM, and I basically made it into this medley, just like a lot of references to pretty much every single motif I liked throughout Homestuck. And the name Ascend actually came up fairly late. That's another thing I can thank Makin for. He suggested it on my Tumblr to name it Ascend because he knew that apparently I was making a song with a lot of motifs. And so I guess it kind of ended up being like a counterpart to Descent by Toby Fox, the end of Act 4. But it's like where with Descent shit went down, here shit goes up.
Nice.
Like with Descent.
Here the shit goes up.
I had that
Yeah,
one
this
written
song
down.
really does turn the fuck up. It's very good. Congratulations, it's fantastic.
It's really
It's
good.
a real banger.
Really, really works.
I want to say one of my favorite things about this PDF is the sausage fattener plugin just kind of peeking in the FLC.
Yeah, no, I
screenshot.
wanted to make position that just right.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to have it like take over the bottom weirdly. And I really wanted to get the colors of the PDF in there, the screenshot in there because it the song so well. But I don't think it really works as well as I wanted it to.
Yeah.
Because it's like a real I don't color code my Fruity Loops.
I never
at
do
all.
either, but I was kind of planning on like doing maybe like a video or like show how I made this song and how it's built up. So I figured I better like clear my shit up so people can actually look at something nice. So I started like color coding the tracks and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's a similar reason why this PDF has a screenshot of Renewed Return and does not have a screenshot of Solar Voyage. One of those was very well organized. The other one is a mess.
It's a goddamn mess. I can attest to that.
Yeah, Paige, I sent Paige the project file for Solar Voyage so she could do the drums, so she has first-hand
There it
experience
goes.
with how
How many tracks did it have?
There we go.
Granddad.
Exactly. I should probably explain that this wasn't really my idea. I think this was by Nick Smalley, right? I think he said at one point, someone please put a Flintstones reference in your song.
We
I did, and then nobody else did it.
His song, but it was too late.
Yeah,
It
so
really
now
would
this
not have fit anywhere in my songs if I had tried doing
I was
that.
considering putting it into Renewed Return, but I couldn't conceive of where I could put it in that wouldn't be like too buried in the mix, but also wouldn't be too obvious.
Right. So this is another example of where I end the song and I just add something at the end, so it becomes 6 minutes 12 seconds. It's pretty much cheating.
Yeah, we all kind of fell in love with Siva Gunner. It's such a great channel.
Yep.
It's really good.
A couple of us have contributed.
Actually done songs for it.
Yeah, a few of us actually have. Well, not me. I wish.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's some Homestuck music team on the Gilva Sunner, Siva
Yeah,
Gunner, whatever you want to call it, channel.
I did a high quality rip at one point. That was pretty good.
Yeah, Paige did the Paige did the Ocarina of Time
The house
theme.
from Ocarina of Time, where it just like keeps going down.
Yep.
What's
I
the
did
song?
I did the what was it? I did most of the Twilight Princess ones. I did
Were you the live and learn that is just like
I think that's an older one.
Forever?
That's an older SoundCloud.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites on the entire thing.
If I went my entire life without hearing the word SoundCloud again, I wish I could just leave this behind me.
No escape.
Thanks.
Yeah, you may also know Jamie Page as Piss Spears.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh boy. Please stop this.
It's
such
It's a part of your history now.
This is one of my favorite songs on the album.
Yeah,
for the
this
record.
is probably the gayest song on the album.
It's
yeah,
very. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, sadly Brown isn't here to talk about it though.
Yep.
I will say the despite having only this has I think some of the fewest. It's among the PDF spreads with the fewest assets I had to work with, and I think it worked out really really well despite that, just visually, which I was happy with because I only had the finished art and the almost finished art, and that was it.
Yeah. I want to say also, I've noticed a lot of people seem to be assuming that this song quotes Pumpkin Party and See Hitler's Water Apocalypse. It's not true.
It does not.
Similar tempo, accordion on the offbeats, and otherwise it's a completely separate chord
That's my
progression
favorite part of the
melody.
song.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's worth
The
noting
genre for this one was a pirate with a beat machine shows up out of nowhere, and pretty good metadata. You guys really missed out.
I actually saw a comment asking if this was a waltz, which was like, no, it's not.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's
It's so very not a waltz.
It's like if a waltz was like.
It's got the time signature for a little bit.
No, it's a shuffle waltz.
And it's.
This is in 2 though.
This is a march.
No waltz.
This
Now
is
it's in 2.
It's a
This
schmaltz.
is a march.
I'm full of shit. Ignore me.
Okay, the opening's in 3, yeah, but like
Yeah, well,
this,
that's what I
ain't a
meant.
waltz.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
like
yeah.
a march.
Yeah.
The beginning is like a waltz.
I do love
This is kind of like Tribal Ebonfire.
Malcolm's is pretty great.
It's
It's
vapor,
kind
yeah.
of like just
Oh,
like
fuck.
accordion-driven jams.
There's a lot of accordion in this album relative to past albums.
And believe it or not, I didn't play any of it.
You didn't?
As
Why didn't? Why, yeah, why did you?
This group
It's
resident
all Weird Al
accordion player.
Yankovic. Guest star Weird Al Yankovic, uncredited.
Yeah.
Wait, what? I will believe that 100%. I don't care.
Weird Al was like the Michael Jackson of this album in
Sonic 3.
Sonic 3, yeah.
Right, yeah. He's behind all of it.
Yeah, he actually.
Where
Michael Jackson,
no one's really allowed to confirm that he was involved, but it's pretty common knowledge that he
Other
was.
than how you just
Weird Al Yankovic is actually Michael Jackson as well.
Oh, okay. That explains how he was able to get access to the bad set.
Yeah, no kidding.
Exactly. And it's a very bad set. It's poorly
I
constructed.
know, right? What were
It's
the
terrible.
80s? What were the 80s collectively thinking?
They were the 80s, so
they weren't thinking anything. They were too busy.
they should have
snorting
left
coke.
the 80s while they still
They
could.
weren't thinking anything. They were too busy being an intangible concept.
There you go.
Plasmataz is Jeremy Irons?
Yes, confirmed.
That's an old meme.
Oh my god! I would. If you had told me that I would have burst out laughing at that still in 2016, I would have got really angry and then said yes, probably.
So yeah, I don't think Max is here.
Max is not here.
Yeah.
But this is his track.
It's probably it's.
I really wish that he was here to talk about this.
Me too.
Working on the track art was actually like crazy. I spent 5 days rendering this.
Jeez.
Because he wanted like what we had in mind was everything coming into existence once they opened the door.
Yeah. Anyway,
that was really
5
really
a.m.
hard
for Max
to try
right
and
now.
capture.
Being in Australia, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Max hasn't had a song on a previous Homestuck Volume, at least the number one, right?
No, Max. Wait. Yeah, no, Max is new. Completely.
No, I thought he had something on Colors and Mayhem.
Yeah,
That's
he
what I
did.
thought.
I think.
But this is really good. And also, just to mention the track art again, this is, I think, the best piece that you did on the album, by far.
Yeah, I love it a lot.
And it was really nice because just by virtue of having that space around it, it made constructing this spread insanely easy.
You're welcome.
That was nice. Yeah, it made my job really, really simple.
I
for
do
this
like
part.
I like that because the scene there is sort of inset in the image, it kind of creates the effect of sort of a bit of a meta composition with the characters outside the frame with the black background.
I
for the
really
PDF.
like that. I really like that. And it's only one of two, I think, that really works that way. The other one being Sound Judgment.
So I want to say
Which has a
also,
similar-
oh, go ahead.
No. I basically finished my thought.
Okay. Max is a cool guy, and I actually first met him. Well, I first knew about him when I first started reading Homestuck. Actually, he was posting these amazing piano covers of Homestuck songs on YouTube, which I'm pretty sure all of those are still up there too. And I ended up getting to know him through the music thread in the MSPA forums, and we started. Well, I started the Spurbo ST project, and he, Scott, and a bunch of other pretty cool fan musicians, many of which
I am here.
have made it either. Yeah, Ishan is another example. Many of whom not only made it to Colors and Mayhem, but also a couple of us ended up on this album, and it was cool to see how that's all sort of come full circle, and we've, I mean, at the end of things, kind of brought in a little bit of a new generation of music team people.
And
right at the very end, last album.
Ooh.
Yeah, James, I first met you like around that same time.
I think I met all y'all in the back in the fan music thread.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, the forums are
still
still back, by the way. I think they talked about that.
Oh, those good old days, you know.
Yep.
We're old now, guys.
Remember I met Toby through the forums. It was nuts.
Yeah, me too.
Jesus. Oh yeah, I guess you guys all know Toby too. Yeah. It's great.
Yep.
Reminiscing.
Oh yeah, we are now on to Renewed Return, which is my other song, and God, this one has...
There's probably nothing to say about it. Just
There's nothing to say about this song. What are we talking about? So yeah, this song starts off with...
I also heard about this song.
Okay, so this song started when Horizon posted her cover of Warhammer Zillihu. And I was like, oh geez, this would go great with a live choir. And so I wrote a choir piece, and this was back in 2012, I think.
Yes, these are.
I basically just, I finished that and I was like, oh geez, it would go great if I actually had a whole orchestra following it. And I conceived of this ridiculous, gigantic orchestral medley of Homestuck songs that at the time didn't really have any concept behind it, so much as just gratuitously throwing as much in there as I possibly could, which luckily I did not end up doing because that could have been a lot worse. I think I struck a good balance with original material and sparse enough use of existing melodies. But anyway, so yeah, this song starts off with a live choir doing Warhammer Zillihu, which is amazing to record. I got my good friend Kyle Jamelin to help me organize it, arrange it. He did the lyrics, and Paige also helped out a little bit with writing the lyrics.
I did these sick-ass drumline drums because I was in marching band in high school and I played percussion, so I know how to do this. Yeah. It's pretty cool, though. I had a lot of fun writing it because I don't usually write drumline stuff, so I got to have this cool little drum feature in here. That I wrote.
So that starts off with Warhammer Zillihu, goes into Calamity, which is sort of an arrangement of Warhammer Zillihu in a few ways.
Okay, really quick there.
Well,
I just want to point out that fill at the end, those were 5-lets, because I know percussion.
Yeah.
This part's actually pretty much just walk, stab, walk.
Yeah, this is walk, stab, walk. There's an element of this melody that comes in at the same place in the original Calamity, but is in 5/4 time. But I decided that I wanted to actually transition to walk, stab, walk, so I did the 4/4 walk, stab, walk arrangement of that particular section for this. Then we have live cello here. Clark Powell was going to record the cello for me, but he was moving right when I was actually ready for the recording to happen. So
all the other recording and stuff, you were really down to the wire on that one. I remember taking like a really big leap of faith to be like, yeah, you're like, oh, I'll have it done, don't worry. And I'm like, it's like a day away.
Yeah, I recorded the bass clarinet for this a couple hours before I finalized it.
Sick.
But so that's Kelly Sadwin again playing the violin and viola.
It's real quiet. I was supposed to record more, and then both of my computers that I was depending on broke in different ways, and it was awesome.
Oh, jeez.
But I figured the difficulties this album.
Yeah, the solo stuff though is really good, and I'm very thankful that you were able to pull that together, because I think it takes the whole piece to a new level. A lot of people didn't seem to pick up on the fact that this section starts with more melodic stuff from Walk Stab Walk. I think that's kind of cool because you don't really hear that in any other songs at that slow of a tempo. But then after that, like, this whole section here is entirely new material that just kind of pulled out of nowhere. It just kind of happened. And
it works really well.
Yeah.
And that was, I think, what the song needed. When you sent me the original like sketch of it, it needed a lot more kind of just original melodic development.
Yeah, when we first started working on this album in like the beginning of April, which is actually when this all started to come together, I basically had up until the end of the actual Walk Stab Walk melody, which was just like a trio of viola, cello, and bass clarinet, and nothing else, and then it ended, and everything from there on I wrote pretty much over the month of May, and then recorded and everything. This is Revered Return, the melody here, which, admittedly, I came up with the name before putting Revered Return into the song, and I was like, well, I should probably quote it.
Yeah, and then I was like, I can help with that because I do things where I write motifs and smash them together.
I brought Ishan over.
That's my jam.
He recorded.
What was funny was
lots of flute for me.
And
helped write the melody
original idea when you pitched it to me with the name was that you would just start with Revered Return and then go into Zillyhood.
Oh, did I say that?
You did originally.
I don't think I ever intended to do that. Maybe
that was like your initial pitch. Was that I'll just start it with Revered Return and then it'll transition smoothly into the Zillyhood bit. But
I guess I'll take your word for it that I said that. But yeah, and then of course I have Courser here, the melody of Courser being played. I have the right there was Tubular Bells also playing the Courser melody, but sort of interspersing it with a little bit of Suburban Jungle, which I think turned out pretty well. And then I have Latin and with the choir, and this was a cool thing because probably like halfway through composing the song, I actually sort of came up with the idea of what it would represent for the comic, which is just sort of the idea of a big, the big final battle that's depicted in Collide, and then some sort of the slow section is essentially, oh geez, everyone's dead, and then this portion of the song is pretty much supposed to represent Jane resurrecting people. So we tried to write the lyrics to represent that, and especially to sort of illustrate the motivation for not only Jane to be resurrecting everybody, but additionally for the whole group to press forward and to finish the game. So, we said...
Yeah.
We started off with, half of it is just telling Jane why she needs to resurrect everybody, and then the second half is sort of the bigger picture. Bring peace to a new world and resurrect them that you may grasp a happy ending. And then we have renew and return being repeated here in Latin, Renova and Reveni, in sort of a variation of the Doctor melody. And first of all, there's Kelly again on viola, and I love what the viola and cello added to this little ending section, because I knew that I wanted to end it the same way that Doctor ends, because hearing Doctor for the first time was sort of a special moment for me, just because of how wonderful of a song it is, and I wanted to pay homage to that. But I built it up a little bit with some extra instrumentation at first to transition better and to give it a little bit more of a grand feeling. And finally, it's over. And
it works. It's a fantastic track altogether. I think if that was written 4 years ago, it would have been used in a huge animation.
I guess so.
Yeah. So.
Well, here's.
I mean, actually,
here's hoping for the for the epilogue, but no one really ever knows what Andrew's doing.
That's actually true. Even
he's making a game, I think.
Andrew's making a game. The game's gonna be great.
Just by himself.
All by himself.
See, this is the best Homestuck song because it has a flexitone in it.
Yeah, no shit.
So if you guys
also
are
the best
familiar,
Homestuck song because it's not Homestuck at all, and I love it.
There you go.
That's true.
I mean, it's based on Pumpkin Cravings.
It's based on
Oh, that's
Pumpkin Cravings, but it's ostensibly a Problem Sleuth track.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a Problem Sleuth
basically
track,
Problem
which I
Sleuth.
love. It's so good. I don't even
Which-
care.
I don't think there's a single other, like, intended to be Problem Sleuth track through the entire Homestuck discography,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is pretty great.
I mean, essentially, Pumpkin Cravings ends up functionally representing the entirety of MSPA, since that's been such a long-running joke.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
It's true.
I mean, even the company itself is named What Pumpkin.
Yeah.
I love, for the record, Problem Sleuth is the entire reason that... Actually, if you draw the line far back enough, Problem Sleuth is the reason that this album exists.
Yeah.
Just in terms of my interest of getting into the Homestuck team in general.
Same.
And making music and being a part of the whole thing.
Same.
Because
Yeah.
Problem Sleuth is the
Yeah,
reason
absolutely.
that I was even interested in Homestuck in the first place. I
Yeah.
love
Same.
Problem
I became an MSPA fan when Problem Sleuth was running, and that's,
Yeah,
that's
same.
what basically led me to
Yeah.
become a fan of Homestuck when that started, and that's
I was
how I got into the
actually
music scene.
aware of MS Paint Adventures before Problem Sleuth. In fact, as far back as Jailbreak, because someone linked Jailbreak years and years and years ago. It was like linked on a webcomic forum for something that I actually don't remember now. I think it was like loosely connected to discussion about Dr. McNinja. But yeah, so it was years and years ago. Someone was just like, hey, if you like this, you probably like this. And I clicked on it, and I wasn't a huge fan of Jailbreak at the time, which became really ironic later on, admittedly. But I think at some point later, I just, out of curiosity, checked the site again, and Problem Sleuth was in, I think, chapter 8, 9, or something like that. And I was really sucked in from that point onwards.
I remember stuff from the old Penny Arcade forums in terms of like Jailbreak stuff, but I don't think I started reading Problem Sleuth until it was linked on like VG Cats or something in the sidebar.
Yeah, that's actually where I ran into Problems with
Yeah.
was VG Cat.
I think I ended up discovering MSPA through GameFAQs, believe it or not. I was on. I used to post on GameFAQs all the time, and somebody linked Homestuck like when it was in Act 2 on the forums.
I actually, I got into Homestuck originally because of a thread on the Face Punch forums.
Nice.
Oh wow.
And yeah, that was in like 2010 actually. So Homestuck was already like a year into its
You're getting
run.
right into the swing. Yeah, you were right into the swing of Homestuck there.
Yeah, like literally right when everything was happening.
I actually made my account on the MSPA forums the day Act 5 started.
Oh.
Yeah, it was because it was
Oh
right
my
after the
God.
4 Apocalypse,
Wow.
and I was like, oh hey, the forums are actually navigable for me now. I like this. I can actually sign up here, so I signed up the day it went up.
Oh, I miss those forums. May they one day rise again.
Alright, so Seth, you want to talk about your standout song from this album, the one that was just
Oh my
arranged
God.
by Alex Rossetti called Pumpkin Cravings?
Oh my god. So, as this is one of the things with the PDF is the reason that the Thanks To page has Kiko's art
Yeah, there it is.
in full
I got it
is
here.
because it was literally impossible to put it on this
Yeah,
spread.
there was too much words.
That final commentary there is the longest in the entire PDF, including the foreword.
Yeah, but I like it. I like having the thanks as the art for this.
Yeah, no, it works really well, I think.
So Conclude was it's kind of had a long route. I came up with the original piano draft, complete piano draft of Conclude, back in 2010, as as kind of a presumptuous ending for the comic. You know, I had no idea whether it would actually end up being used that way or not. But yeah, I had it in my head for the longest time, and I felt that it really needed to be a thing that needed to be made. So yeah, the piano draft actually sat around for a few years before I finally got around to fleshing it out into a full orchestration. And thankfully, I was able to get it done in time for the final album.
I'm so
You
snotty.
always do like a piano draft first, or?
I might need to go get some. Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right.
Gosh, I'm making everyone cry, aren't I?
No.
Consistently and
Most
forever.
people cried
everywhere.
when this hit the first
It only
time.
happened the first 2 times for me.
Yeah, no. We couldn't get Kevin Regami on the album, but this end bit, I think, makes up for that.
I think so.
Yeah, you know,
100%.
it just had to come full circle with that, you know.
It really, really does. And, I mean, I know I said probably in the foreword, but this is really the last Homestuck volume.
Yeah.
This is the last Homestuck numbered album.
It's probably the last thing that's going to
I
be
said
called Homestuck.
Yeah,
regarding
I said probably
music.
mostly as a joke, just because, you know, endless teasers here and there of things to come that never happened
Yeah.
is fun. But no, this is the last Homestuck volume and ending it this way, I think, is really appropriate.
And I think that's fun for us and not for you.
It's very. I think it's very cathartic that we were able to end it on such a nice round number as.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
10. I know for one, I was feeling very anxious to just have a volume 10, and I'm sure everyone else was as well.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Not even on it, just having volume 10 be a thing that exists.
Everything that exists, pretty much.
And I mean, just from the music team perspective, there were tons of things that were being written either just for use in the comic or explicitly for volume 10 for years.
Yeah.
And a lot of those things are on here. Like, a lot of them are on here. And it's just really... It feels right to have it actually happen.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that this was able to be pulled together.
It was kind of amazing to witness the energy. It was like the burst of energy that came together to create Volume 10 came from the end of Homestuck. Actually,
It really
actually
did.
was.
Yeah,
because it was a whole conversation we had. Not going into details, of course, but the conversation that came from the Homestuck ending was more or less what led to the driving force behind Volume 10 being created.
Yeah, like, essentially, we knew that it was coming. It was only a few days before that we... It was maybe a week before that we were like, hey, we should get Volume 10 together. We should do this. We should finally do this. And
2 weeks before the end of Homestuck, the Final 13, I was like, it was actually three or 4 weeks before that I started to be like, hey, is Volume 10 gonna ever happen? You know, is this a thing? Because I was like looking in the forums, and the thread hadn't been updated for months. So I posted something in the forums, and the forums went down like right after that. So
and I always just assumed that Volume 10 was a given.
yeah,
That-
I mean
that
everyone
Hussey had always planned to do that. You know?
everyone assumed that Volume 10 was a given, and he did plan on having it out. But it just never kind of like the planning section never came together.
yeah, there were
and
all
Toby
sorts
was
of things. Yeah, Toby was sort of in charge of the music team for a while.
Right.
And
so
everyone kind of
managed
looks to
most-
Toby to actually,
Yeah.
you know, put the first step forward to actually do the album. But as we all know, he's outrageously busy with just stuff related to Undertale.
So basically what happened is, like 2 weeks before the end of Homestuck, I shot Toby a message, and we talked a little bit, and basically he didn't have any idea what was going on, and he was going to talk to Andrew, and Andrew had no idea what was going on. So I shot Andrew an email, and Andrew was just basically like, you know, go ahead and do it. So I contacted everyone I could, and I kind of just de facto became the project lead on it at that point.
Right, what happened there, I remember that because Andrew was like, I'm going to be out of town, actually, just make James do it. And I was like, oh, alright, I guess that's what I'm doing now. It's like,
James was like the contact. The entire time I was managing this, James was like my main contact. Whereas in the past, if this was like Toby doing it for, say, Volume 8, usually he would have contact directly with Andrew, but Andrew was really, really busy. But it really worked out. James was a super huge help the entire time.
That's true, I'm gigantic.
As was as Marcy was as well. Marcy helped a lot with just when it came down to. There's a lot of times when I was sleeping and Marcy would do things that I needed.
When RJ was sleeping and I was busy having a terrible sleep schedule, very conveniently.
So a lot of Marcy's help came down to the documents, which we had a lot of documents together to get the album.
I made so
organized.
many spreadsheets.
Yeah, she really helped with the spreadsheets.
I probably made too many spreadsheets. I think we had some redundant spreadsheets.
Yeah, no, we definitely had some redundant spreadsheets.
And
I'd rather have redundant than not enough, though.
Fair.
A lot.
I think that was it.
Yeah, that's the end of the album.
That's the end of the album.
Yeah.
That's the
Hey,
Bye, Homestuck.
congratulations, everybody. Homestuck's over.
That's it. Homestuck's
All right, you
over
go to
now.
bed now,
Homestuck's
guys. Good
dead.
night.
Homestuck's
Good night.
dead forever.
Homestuck's dead.
Done.
But
You haven't. I think you need to get the album and then it's done.
Yeah.
Buy the album.
Buy the album,
Buy it.
then Homestuck will finally be over.
That's how you beat
Once you buy
Homestuck.
the album.
We'll all be free.
You could probably just loop it again in the background during the Q&A.
I might do that. I'll make it quieter.
Just put
Make
the
it very
moon
quiet. Put it
sweater
like-
loop on.
Put it like a low pass on it, and then have it reverbed really heavily while we talk.
I mean, I could actually do that.
But it's
Do it.
Go for
radio.
That's
Radio
actually
effect.
my advice.
I'm not gonna do it.
Play Elevator Stuck
Like
on
a
loop.
telephone one.
Yeah.
You're better stuck on loop
Right, I'll
forever.
go find the elevator.
Play Elevator Stuck on loop while the album's playing. Just have
Oh no.
Question time.
A little overkill.
All
But
right,
yeah,
let's grab this elevator stuck extended here. I'll toss it in. I'll toss it in so
Nice.
everyone in the call can hear it too.
If there was a single like the hardest part of putting this whole thing together, it was just contacting everyone.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it because when the forums went down, we didn't really have a central hub. That was where everyone talked, and there was a lot of people who were really hard to get in touch with. In a few cases, I had to actually literally talk to them on Facebook because that was the only place that they had any contact info that I knew of.
Yeah.
And I never used Facebook, so that was a big deal.
You just the extension.
Yeah, I think everybody just kind of, the forums were the center of the music team, and we had to kind of recreate that.
It's absolutely 100%
But,
true.
hey, that's a good segue into the fact that we have been doing some sort of the beginnings of putting together a kind of collective to keep the music team alive in some capacity, and we want to make stuff together.
Yeah.
Right.
absolutely.
Continue to do that. I mean, putting Volume 10 together was it was really energetic experience, and it kind of brought back a lot of the verve that was there at the start of the music team, around 2009, 2010, early 2011. There was this really just frenetic period, like a whole year of energy between everyone. Everyone was making stuff frantically. And I think a good 50% of the stuff on Stockholm Syndrome came out of that period, actually, for me. Just because I was making so much, because it was really exciting to be a part of the whole thing. And working on this project brought back a lot of that feeling, I think, for basically everyone who worked on it.
I've got testimonials from a couple people who worked on this album that, I mean, they had essentially lost interest just due to the general. I mean, all the Omega pause and the Giga pause and everything. It just kind of got to the point where there was a lull there, and bringing everyone back to this, we revitalized so much excitement for the comic, and
there's a couple people involved in the album who regained their love of music through Volume 10, creating music.
Definitely.
That's absolutely true.
Personally, for me, working on Homestuck Volume 10, very much made me fall in love with Homestuck again and made me realize that I kind of owe my life to it. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it should be understated that Andrew has created something just incredible that has inspired us all in so many ways.
I mean, 100% Homestuck changed my life. I mean, I can't really say anything other than that. It literally did in a very career-focused way.
Mm-hmm.
Because without Homestuck, I would just probably be doing my own indie music thing. Like, musical guest would be the only thing I'd be working on. Maybe a game soundtrack once.
Without Homestuck, I would not know a single one of the people here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I swear to God, like, I wouldn't even nearly be the same person that I am today if it wasn't for Homestuck, because so many things in my life happened literally directly because of Homestuck. I probably would not be trying to pursue a professional music career. I probably wouldn't know any of the people that I'm talking to right now. Just so many things would be entirely different. I kind of do owe a great deal of my existence to the fact that I was a fan of this stupid webcomic.
Yeah, for me, practically, even though, I mean, let's be real, I sang for 12 seconds on the background of one tiny little song. I wasn't really involved with the album proper, but this is such a huge validation moment because I've been involved with this fan project for so long, and I've been friends with all you guys for so long, that being able to, like, stand here with you guys and say, I was a part of this, I helped you guys, was so nice for me. And
hey, you're Homestuck official now.
Yeah.
Well, you're welcome that we could do that for you.
So how do you guys want to do this Q&A situation?
I
I
actually have no idea. We got 200 people. We have 200 people here in the
chat. You all
chat.
donated $5 to the
Guys. Real quick, I want to just go ahead and finish up what I was saying regarding our collective we're starting. We don't have a final name for it yet. We're not really sure exactly what form it's going to have, but we know that we are making video games.
Yeah,
we are making. We are going to start to work to put together some sort of transformative work from the existing Homestuck discography.
I'd like to make an official announcement that we are making Undertale 2!
No, we're not making Undertale 2.
We're not. That's not in the works. Just the official PR company mandate. We are not making Undertale 2. That was an unsolicited announcement. That's a joke. Do not take that as fact. I'm sorry.
We are working on possibly no guarantees, but we want to do some sort of live show. Live musical show.
2018 is like the kind of estimated.
2018 is the target.
I don't want to give more details because there's nothing solidified right now.
It is just an idea, and we have to figure out how the hell we're going to wrap our heads around making this work, especially with how scattered around the world we are.
Right, like back when the original live show happened, the big one, it was kind of bottled lightning in that A, there was like a small crowdfunding thing put together for it, and B, everyone was a lot less busy. We kind of got to the point where we're all older now. We have things in our lives that we have to worry about that aren't just, sitting at home and making music for a lot of us. So that aspect of it's hard. And also, there's a lot of us who are in completely different corners of the earth. Mm-hmm. So that is in and of itself a huge struggle.
All we can say is we want to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we can do it, we will. That's really just the long and short of it.
That's pretty much it.
You can look forward to me doing basically nothing because I'm terrible at playing live. Maybe I'll do some guitar.
We're probably going to have a big electronic backing section. We're going to have at least one Novation Launchpad on stage.
I can handle vocals, I can handle some keyboard stuff, I can handle some DJ stuff, but I'm not a very good live instrumental person. I do a lot of overdubbing.
Actually, most of my knowledge of music stuff outside of production is with live performance. So
yeah, no, she's fantastic at live drums.
Paige is probably going to play drums. Anyway, I think there's not much more to say on that front.
Yeah, I can confirm that if we do it, there will be live. I'll do live vocals on "Let's All Rock the Heist" and the Squiddles songs I did, but that's about all I can confirm as far as my personal contributions will be.
All right. So I think, unless anyone else has anything else they want to say, we can get started with the Q&A.
Yeah, no, totally.
Before we start taking questions, let's reintroduce ourselves. Since I think we have a couple new people here from the beginning.
Are we just gonna go down the Skype list again?
Yeah, I'll go down the Skype list again. Hey, guess what? Jamie Page is still first.
Yeah, that's because my Skype name starts with a parenthesis. Hello, my name's Jamie Page Stanley. I'm actually Toby Fox in the flesh. Sorry.
Whoa.
Sledney. But I play drums on Homestuck. On Homestuck.
The song Homestuck.
You play drums on Homestuck. Yep,
the song Homestuck, definitely a drum-heavy song.
By Clark Powell. That was actually Jamie's drum work on
Oh,
Volume 5 years ago.
Homestuck was by Beatfox. Homestuck Anthem was by Clark. You see, there's a distinction to be made.
Well, Beatfox is by Mark Hadley.
Oh, okay.
Let me actually make the right statement there. I
thought that was by Toby Radiation.
Songs off Volume 10, Solar Voyage and Renewed Return. I also did the fake Homestuck Volume 10 leak, the Vaporwave one. And I made a number Phantasm with Marcy Nabors.
Hey.
And I'm really cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I'm on the same account, so it's me again. Hi, my name is Paul Henderson. If you take off my mask, I won't die, but it will be extremely painful. I sang for 12 seconds on one of Marcy's songs, Solar Voyage, where I recorded that in her basement, and it was fun. I'm also known as the voice of Carcat Vantis in Let's Read Homestuck.
Hey.
That's a really thing that I've done. Hey, I did the Carcat voice. There you go. You can shut up about it now. And, so, what else have I done? Fuck. I don't know. I'm trying to play bass. I'm not good at it yet. But that's it.
Hey, all right. Next we have Eric.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I'm higher up. Hi, I'm Eric Shield, otherwise known as Jit, I guess. I did Breeze. I've done other stuff. I did 1 Year Older. I've been around the Homestuck music scene for a while, and then I'm just mostly do stuff offline for work stuff. So that's not anything to talk about really. But I play piano, and that's pretty much it. All right, who's next?
Next we have Tensei.
Hi, I'm Tensei, and I ship Homestuck characters by way of music.
All right,
that's my confession.
Moving on. Next person. Unless you have anything else to say. Okay, RJ.
No, that's all.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm RJ. I make an ungodly amount of music. I managed this project. I did Freefall and Feel Alive with Luke. And on older albums, I've been around since almost the beginning. Carbon, Natsac, Acoustic Genius, 3 in the Morning, Beginning of Something Really Excellent, Boy Skylark. There's a ton of things.
And of course, the ever popular Let the Squiddles Sleep.
Oh yeah.
RJ is one of the most prolific Homestuck music creators.
Yeah, you just didn't see the majority of it. There's a ton of stuff.
Well, it's all coming out soon. In
Stockholm
Syndrome. Buy it.
10,025 character.
Track. What?
All right. Next we have James.
Hey, my name is James Roach. I am my official title is the sound director at What Pumpkin. I also am half of the music team for the Hive Swap game. So I can answer a couple of questions about that maybe. That's it. I wasn't on Volume 10 at all, but I helped coordinate it a little bit, and I'm here.
Yay. Next, Kelly.
Oh, hi. I'm Kelly. I play violin and viola, and that's basically it. Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
Cash, money.
Geez, the order changed on my Skype list here. So let's see. I guess the next person down the list that we haven't seen yet who hasn't introduced themselves is Slug.
Oh, hello again. I did track art for Stride, Sky and Overdrive, Solar Voyage, and Thanks for Playing. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Yes, up.
All right. Next, Luke.
Hi, I make music sometimes, and I'm friends with all these people. I go by my name's Luke Benjamins. Online, you'll know me as GFD in most places. I did the composition on Feel Alive track on Volume 10, and I haven't read Homestuck since Cascade. Follow my Twitter.
All right.
Follow my Twitter too. Also, I'm back.
Oh, hey, follow me on Twitter, please. Please follow me on
I'm
Twitter.
at Spellbang. I'm just gonna butt in here and buy my album and get my Patreon and donate to charities. I don't have any charities. Child's Play.
Follow me on Twitter. I'm at Polyromantic, and buy my album. It's called Anew Again, and Robert J. Lake did art for it. So
And it's good. I'm on it too.
And Marcy did songs for it too, or helped me with.
Let's finish our introductions. David.
We're finishing introductions. People doing
you.
Twitter.
Is it me? I was plugging myself on Twitter.
Hello, I'm David. I did Moon Sweater on Volume 10. I've also did a couple of tracks on Colors and Mayhem, Cyan Beast, and Blue Atom. And I did Noirscape. And yeah, so I like doing stuff with guitars and saxophones and things.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Next, Ishan.
Hi, I'm Ishan. I am the producer for You Killed My Father, Prepare to Die. I am the representative for Team Dogfight, essentially. And I'm mostly known more among fan music communities than doing any official music team stuff. I've done stuff for Colors and Mayhem. I was on Dogfight for Volume 9. But my most popular Homestuck thing ever is probably Megadance which is a fan song I did like 5 freaking years ago that people still listen to for some reason.
And it's fun. It's fun because people found the original Megadance and were like, "Whoa, how did you do this Undertale fan song in 2011 or whatever?"
Oh my god.
That's
oh my god.
That's my favorite thing about Megalovania in general as a song.
Same.
And that's all I got.
All
so
right.
moving on.
Beatfox.
Yes, so I am Seth Peel, also known as Beatfox, and I did Crata Sky and Happy Flight and Conclude on this album, and I did a bunch of Homestuck music previously, like A Taste for Adventure, Sunslammer, Friendship is Paramount, a bunch of stuff. And I am probably the oldest person here by a wide margin.
How old are you, by curiosity?
I was born the same year as Dan Evidan from the Game Grumps.
Oh, there you go.
Ah. David Evidan.
So
yeah.
All right. Next, we have Scott, who may or may not. Wait.
I am kind of here.
Yes,
I'm
hello.
kind of here. Hi, it's me. I made a 19-minute long piano medley. Enjoy that.
It's not on Volume 10.
No, it's not on Volume 10, unfortunately. Could you imagine?
Oh my god, it would be...
Imagine this 9-minute piano medley.
Could you imagine that would have finally pushed it over the 2-hour mark?
And it would have been the longest song in the
Which
entirety.
is actually... It's interesting to me that Volume 10 is much shorter in terms of the amount of tracks than a lot of the other numbered volumes, but it is
one of the
neck
longest.
and neck. Yeah, it's neck and neck for one of the longest in terms of length.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
hey, I'm the one here who has
You
the
too.
longest.
You get to apologize too.
I'm the one here who made the longest
Okay.
song in the entire Homestuck discography, if we're not counting Cascade.
We're counting it.
So, all right. Well,
Anyway.
I guess I'm dethroned then. All right. I think that's everybody. Yeah. Right. Nobody else hasn't introduced themselves yet.
I think that was.
Okay.
everyone.
Cool.
That's it.
So we're good. We're once again acquainted. Questions. Give us questions.
Yeah, throw some things out. Who wants to moderate, if anyone?
I'll field for some questions.
Sure. How about Paige?
We could jump
between
that.
I'm probably I'm gonna miss all the good questions to some extent.
I've been following the chat pretty closely. I can keep an eye open.
Okay, Paulo's on it. I'm not on it.
Yeah, why don't we let Paul do it?
Here's a pretty interesting one. Well, you've said this is the last official numbered album, but is it possible there will be more solo albums or themed albums, anything like that?
Can we talk about
I can answer that one.
Yeah, James.
Okay, James can talk about that. So, yes.
So, as the official on-salary What Pumpkin employee here, yes, there will be more albums. There's not going to be any more Homestuck volumes. I just feel like Volume 10 was a good end, right? You guys are pretty satisfied.
Yeah.
That's what it was supposed to be.
The last song's called Conclude. You can't have a song after that.
You can have Conclude 2.
Yeah, Conclude 2.0 is actually...
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
Conclude again. Never-ending story 2 kind of thing.
Won't get Conclude again.
Yeah. But actually, as a new thing that I actually haven't even told you guys who are in the call, I am putting together a... So if you've seen in the concept art, the characters in Hive Swap, Zephyros and Dammit have a band, and I'm doing an album for them, at Andrew's request, that's basically like a shitty garage band, that I would love to feature you guys on and varying, So yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's probably the next one that I'm working on. I think maybe there might be a collection of the stuff that never made it onto an album that's in the comic. A lot of people on Reddit and various other places have been asking for that. So there's another thing.
Homestuck release.
Yes. Everybody's gonna get their Homestuck Swan song.
The horse catch
Swan song.
Horse Ketstra.
It's the worst. The story behind the horse. I hate that song so much. Andrew was like, "Can you write a really shitty ska song in a day?" And I was like, "Oh, you're asking the right person." And then he's like, "Okay, can you make it worse?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "What if you just put a bunch of animal sounds in it?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah. I guess I could do that, man." And so I send it to him, and he's like, "This is just mesmerizingly atrocious." I'm like, "Thanks." I guess.
That's great.
I feel like
wow, you're terrible.
I feel like Andrew is a good judge of that sort of thing in general.
Hey, Tensei, here's a good question from Thick Hard Boner 420.
Awesome. Let's do this.
Is there actually Flintstones in a sense? Did you really do that, Tensei?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I did. It's obviously there. Why do we even have to ask?
I don't know. I just want to read the username, honestly.
It's not my fault, though. I was peer pressured in putting it in there.
Here's an actually good question. The Mighty Florp asks, how does the process for selecting music for flashes work? Do you build the songs around the animations? Does Hussey come to you and commission the music, or does he just select a piece and make a flash around it?
All three? Actually, all three.
Yeah, pretty much all three.
Depending on the situation. He has officially, mostly with Toby over the time, he would just ask Toby to make, a song for a flash. But there were a lot of times when he would, come to us from music that we did on another project or another album. For example, with Jade Wake Up, he was just, messaged me, and he's like, "Hey, can you edit together Jade, the song Let the Squiddle Sleep, so that it's short enough without the, gap between it for the flash?" And it was just a quick message, and then the flash went up 3 days later. I made the Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff theme song, and he literally saw that, and within 12 hours, the flash for that was up. But then there's also examples where there's a very long gestating period of time for a flash, and he has a piece of music that isn't quite where he wants it to be, and he'll have people edit it, like Toby did for Crata and the Clark song that Overture. Toby did the edit for Overture at Andrew's behest for the Act 7
Yeah,
Flash.
if I recall correctly, Symphony Impossible to Play. I mean, Andrew has said that he had a lot of the beginning, or sorry, he had a lot of the end of Homestuck sort of storyboarded in his mind and maybe on paper years and years ago. I believe that Symphony Impossible to Play was actually something that Andrew asked Clark to write specifically.
I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah,
That's
it was
interesting.
like, I don't know if it was ever explained what it was going to be used for, but yeah, I remember Clark talking
Cool.
about how it was actually like something that Andrew wanted specifically to happen.
That's
All right,
really
here's
neat.
a good one for you, music nerds. Luminata Aegis asks, how many VSTIs do you guys regularly use in your music, and what are your favorites? And I guess if somebody wants to explain what a VSTI is.
Well, I mean, go.
I'll go ahead and say a VSTI, VST instrument, I think is what the I stands for. I don't remember exactly. Virtual
It is
Studio
instrument.
something. It's a format of plugin for audio software. It's not the only format. There's also audio units like DXI, which I think is one that's sort of been phased out, and then of course there's RTAS and whatever the other Pro Tools one is. But essentially, what's your favorite software instrument that you can run on a computer in a digital audio workstation?
Well, who wants to go first? Because I think every single one of us is going to have answers for this.
I don't.
So I can go.
I don't have anything special that I use more than anything else, so nothing really for me.
I just use Logic Pro's built-in everything because I'm lazy and I don't feel like going and finding good VSTs. That's what I did for both of the drums that I did for Marcy's songs. I either use like free drumline samples that I found, or I use like default Logic drums.
Yep.
Because I'm lazy.
Actually, for Renewed Returns percussion in particular, Paige sent me a project file with stock Logic drums that I then transcribed to East-West samples.
Yeah.
So that's East-West Quantum Leap, Symphonic Orchestra, and Storm Drum. I think I used any of their Hollywood orchestral.
And then the drumline samples. I remember like.
Oh, I found those on a forum.
Yeah, we just like Googled drumline samples and found them on
And like
some.
it wasn't even compiled into anything. It was just a zip file of samples.
Yeah, I had to make EXS instruments out of that, like sampler instruments, and that was a hassle. But
yeah, anyone else favorite software?
All right. I mean, if you want me to go, I have a shitload.
Name your top 5 or something.
Jesus Christo, here we go. So, top 5 is hard. The ones I use a lot, especially recently. Harmer is a very big one for me. That's like Image Line's flagship, which is weirdly based off of their old beatmap software, which sounds really weird, but Harmer is like...
Harmer's pretty wonderful.
Harmer's pretty wonderful. You can get a ton of sounds, especially pluck sounds and really gritty bass sounds.
My favorite thing
so
about
it's really
Harmer,
good.
If I may, is the fact that you can actually resynthesize audio.
Yes, that's a huge part of it. Which
Drag
is
in
really
audio
awesome.
clips and like have those be fodder for the synthesizer to like pick apart and transform, and that's a lot of fun.
100%. For 8-bit sounds, there's a lot, but Magical 8-bit plugin is a really good one. Proto PSG is really good for Sega Genesis stuff. VOPM for Sega Genesis stuff as well. Medusa for Game Boy. Like there's a ton of really, really good VSTs for specifically 8-bit stuff.
Specifically, I'm going to butt in here. For Feel, the chip stuff used in there is mostly me, actually, just like in Family Tracker.
Yeah, no, 100%, like actually authentic, essentially. That's as close as you can get to coming off of a chip. I really like Contact 5, but I think that's a standard for everyone.
That's less of an instrument and more of just like a host for instruments.
It's a host for instruments. I specifically, I think specifically there's this one piano that always crashes everything on my computer when I try to load it.
That's
it's
your
like
favorite.
it is actually. It's the
We're finishing up for the evening.
1969 Legacy Piano is the name of it, and it's like a bunch of samples of this really old grand piano that have been fucked with endlessly, and it's really versatile. It has a lot of really good effects on it. I mean, I could talk about VSTs forever. Honestly, I have way too fucking many. Massive is obviously a staple.
Yeah, Massive.
Let's talk about Massive for hours. I think that
everyone has an opinion on Massive, I'm sure.
Massive isn't like the be-all, end-all or anything, but it's also way better than its like backlash reputation will have you believe.
Massive is sort of the one that's known as like, oh, that's the synth. That's the one.
Bass, the wub.
It's the dubstep synth. But honestly, okay, for one thing, I know for sure that Skrillex uses like FM8 for most of his big growls. That's some stuff that you can only get out of an FM synthesizer, I think. But Massive is very nice for just. I just think it's easy to control. It's easy to kind of use in a modular format with making.
Should probably move to another question.
Yeah, we should probably move to another question unless anyone has.
Yeah, a pretty good follow-up to this question from Tyrant Bacon. What got you guys into? These are great names. What got you guys into the music profession / hobby? And furthermore, as an aspiring music composer, what did you find that helped the most in aiding composing music?
I feel like
that's a great question.
I'll go down the line here again, like we did with the introductions, because I feel like that's an interesting question for everybody.
Yeah.
Paige, take it away.
So I feel like my answer is particularly interesting here because when I first started reading Homestuck in like 2010, I was literally 13 years old, and the Homestuck music, like just all the music that was out to that point, I think the album that had just come out was Alternia by Toby. All that music is what actually like inspired me to start taking my music production seriously at such a young age. And so I basically owe like my music career, the fact that I wanted to pursue this in the first place, to the people who are in this call with me right now. So that's pretty cool.
Aww.
Yeah.
Especially you, RJ. Actually,
Aww.
I mean, you were my favorite. It was your 3 in the Morning remix that I think got me the most. So,
okay, true fact about that, as an aside, that took me 4 hours to make. It was like literally a last-minute fill-in because Clark couldn't do a remix for that album.
Jeez.
Kind of reminds me of how Upward Movement came to be, which was just Callie just working overnight, just in one sitting, putting it all together.
And for the second part of that question, I think for me, what helps the most with composing music, just learn an instrument. Find an instrument that you like resonate with a lot, that you can like understand really well, and just play the shit out of it until you get really good at it. Because I can assure you that will help immensely with any sort of like music composition that you want to do.
If you can internalize the phrase "practice makes perfect," that will probably change your life.
Yeah. Practice doesn't make perfect.
We're gonna drop out for a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can figure out the sound problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So moving down the list, who else wanna?
Eric.
Oh, okay.
I can reiterate the question again if you want.
Sheesh, I don't know. Well, it's the first question was like, how did you get into music, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just sort of picked it up like as a kid, like learning what my mother was learning on the piano by ear, and then she's got me on piano lessons, and kind of just went from there. Like I used to do musical theater, and then I was accompanying it because that actually gives money, and that's a lot of what I do now is just musical accompaniment or musical theater stuff. And aiding composing music, I really can't answer that, I don't think. I mean, you see a lot of infographics on Tumblr being like, you just got to get started and all that, and you just got to be okay with being wrong and stuff. But I still have a lot of trouble doing that. So I don't do a lot of writing, so don't take after me as much. It's like a hobby thing because all my work is a little elsewhere. But yeah, I think that's my answer.
All right. Tensei?
Yeah, so I guess I got into music like as a kid. I just took guitar lessons, classical guitar actually, and I learned to read notes and stuff from that, but I didn't really do anything with it until about 2006-ish, when I started doing like video game music remixes, because I really liked video game music. I still have a few remixes posted on the website ocremix.org, mostly Chrono Trigger, I think. They're still pretty decent considering the time I made them, but yeah, I found the step from remixing songs to making completely original music pretty easy. Though even with the music I've made for Homestuck, I tend to do a lot of like remixes of existing themes, which is actually very easy for me because of my background, because I started with remixes of other songs.
Mm-hmm.
And as for tips for when you're starting out composing, I would say don't get invested in your own music too much, because like it's going to suck when you start out, and as soon as you accept that, you can just finish the song, like throw it off somewhere maybe for some criticism, and then just move on, make the next song, and because every song you make at that point is going to be your best song ever. So the quicker you make newer songs, the quicker you'll improve. And the best thing to do is to not just get hung up on like that one perfect song you're trying to make and then just stick with it for like years or something, but just try to do it as quickly as possible to improve your workflow and that kind of stuff. That's what I would say is good when you're starting out.
Yeah. All right. RJ?
All right. So I've been making music since I was 13 years old. So 10 years, I think officially. And early on, it was just like really stupid stuff with Microsoft Sound Recorder. There wasn't really much rhyme or reason to it. I was just playing around with the reverse feature and the overdub capability there. But a few years after that, 15 years old or so, I got into FL Studio specifically because actually I wanted to do overclock remixes. I never actually did because the site has very specific like aesthetic standards that they really like, which I never really jived with so much. And also because early on, when I was much more interested than I am now about doing that, I was really bad. Like the first thing I ever tried, the very first FL Studio project I ever did was I imported a VGmusic.com MIDI of Mute City from F-Zero, and on every single one of the MIDI channels, I put a Citrus electric guitar preset, and I just exported it as is without really changing anything. So it sounded like garbage.
I mean, that's where a lot of us come from, you know.
And yeah, I mean, a lot of us come from garbage, and
a lot of us come from garbage.
A lot of us come from garbage. And really what helped along the way is just fucking around. If there's not really another way to put it, you open the program that you work in, whatever it may be. I find FL Studio is really easy to start with. And every single day, you just spend like 3-4 hours just doing whatever the fuck ever. Not even being productive with a directed goal. And eventually, like, you'll make stuff, and you should just need to be making stuff constantly, I think. That's, like, the really big thing. Because 10% of what you make will be good. But if you make a lot of stuff, that 10% will be a lot larger. And you're going to have more stuff that's good as a result. So make a ton of stuff. As Tensei said, every single thing you make that you finish is going to be better than your last thing as well, because you're always going to be learning. So just constantly make things. That's like the best advice I could possibly impart to anyone.
Yeah. All right, Scott?
Oh, hi.
He said he was gonna be
No,
right
it's
back.
okay.
So.
I mean, I am here. I could talk about it if you want.
If you want, that's up to you.
I don't know. I mean, Homestuck was one of the main things that really got me making music again. I'd made like shitty stuff back in 2008 with Fruity Loops that were bad, and will never see the light of day. But yes, I sort of have really gotten back into music through all of the Homestuck stuff, I guess. Is there another half to the question? Is it like, what do we do, or
what makes music easier for you?
What?
Having time to work on it. I mean, the PhD at the moment doesn't really give me a lot of
The
leeway.
actual question was, what did you find that helped the most in aiding composing music? So interpret that however you will.
I suppose being inspired by things. I mean, when I went and made Element, I was really inspired by having gone to places like O'Reilly's, the Green Mountain up where I live, and I was really inspired by nature and waterfalls and how can I represent these elements in song and stuff like that. So sometimes it's a case of stepping away from the computer, going out into the world and going, what can I get from you?
Oh yeah, 100%. I actually, that's an important thing, I think, is just managing to have influences outside of the medium you're working in is really important.
Yeah.
Did everything just cut out for a second?
No, I think everyone just went quiet.
I think everyone just shut up.
Right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, next we have... Oh, I think everything got reordered. Whoever wants to go next.
Wait, what's the question?
It was that. Were we still talking about how we got into music?
Yeah.
All right.
I guess I could go since I am a musician. Actually,
Yeah,
I don't
think
produce.
everybody in here is a musician.
Everyone's a musician.
Yeah.
Just about.
Even
But
if
I
you
don't.
do
I don't.
music.
I don't produce. But I actually have sung professionally and play. I've been playing trombone since I was in 6th grade, and whoa,
Whoa! Hey,
What
hold on,
the
hold on.
fuck?
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Okay.
Well.
What?
Okay.
Well, next person, I guess.
All right.
I'm just gonna go ahead while they're fixing that. Then.
Yeah.
So I've basically been learning music since I was a kid. I learned piano for like 6 years and then dropped it because I was really bad. And then I picked up the flute and didn't suck at that, so I kind of stuck with it. But the main thing that got me into production was Homestuck music. That's basically it. And in terms of what did I find that helped the most, learn an instrument, which is basically seconding something somebody else said. I think it was Paige. But also have friends. Basically,
yes. If you don't have friends, I'm sorry.
Have friends you can collaborate with or make music with, or make friends who are better than you.
Yeah, that's
who can give you feedback about your things. That's also pretty important.
And to rephrase that, make friends who are more experienced with music or whatever creative or whatever thing you want to learn to do, because people who can teach you, people who can give you feedback and all sorts of things like that.
I think being on the music team was actually really good for a lot of people in that regard, because we had like people with pretty varied experience in making music, and I think we saw a lot of improvement to those people who might not have been that great at production or composition at the start, but because they were around these other people who might have been more experienced at it, they improved like really drastically over time.
Yeah, so there's your answer. If you want to get good at music, go back to 2009 and join the music team.
Yeah, hey. Okay,
I
the laptop mic.
Okay.
Paul wants to answer his question, and then
I'm
he has to
leaving.
go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I actually started singing when I was 8 years old. Or I was like 6 actually. I was 6 years old, and I sang in this Christmas concert, and I had the big solo. It was super exciting. And when I was 8, I ended up joining a group called the Houston Boy Choir, and I sang with them for 4 years. It was like a professional thing, and like it's a big deal to be in it. And pretty much everybody who's been in it has gone on to do amazing things with their lives. And I went to Germany when I was 12. So that was a pretty good start in terms of how my music stuff went. All right, anyway, I'm leaving now.
Okay,
bye.
Bye, Paul.
All right.
Bye, fucker.
It was fun, guys.
Alright.
All right.
All right. And I have to head out in a little bit too because I have to go play drums for somebody actually.
Nice.
So.
Okay.
Cool.
Alright, should I go?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got into, like, playing music initially in, like, playing bass in a band when I was, like, 14 or something. No, I was 15. And, which is a while ago now. And so it was almost all straight, like, original stuff at that point that I wasn't writing it, but I was, I had to come up with bass lines and whatnot. And then, like, that band fell apart and I still wanted to do music. So I did bass for one thing that was quite short-lived, but then I started picking up, like, piano that I hadn't played in ages, and guitar. And, like, what really helped, I think, eventually all my production comes from playing piano, guitar, and bass. And I found what really helped with sort of writing was actually, like, just sort of playing things on piano and just sort of sitting back and not really thinking about what I was playing and just sort of letting things happen in a way. And then you'll get little ideas like that. And then the thing then is to, like, record the ideas I had. Like, any short idea I have in my head, like, sing it into a phone or play it, into a keyboard. And, maybe it won't immediately turn into something, but at some point I might just listen back and hear this thing I've recorded. And sometimes you're like, oh, that's a really cool idea. I can use that. And other times you're, what was I thinking? So, I mean, that's kind of how my process of doing music is. I'll just have, like, an idea, like the riff from Cyan Beast or something was just like, I just had, okay, there's boom, da, da, sort of, okay, it's like a hammer theme. It's like, dim, smash, smash, dim, smash, smash was sort of the idea. And then I think I sang it into my phone or something, and then later I was like, oh yeah, that works for this. And just sort of then putting it, like, down on recording so you can actually sort of then think about structure rather than just, like, theme.
Yeah, alright, so I kind of want to get to some more questions. This is a cool question to keep answering, I think, but also we've got a bunch more that have been piling up. Does anyone else have some short stuff they want to say? Regarding
I was going to let you guys skip me so you could get on to the next question, so perfect.
Alright, yeah, I'll just say, Homestuck took me from just being, like, a band student and not sure how I would be able to actually be a composer with, like, I don't like writing sheet music and just sending it off to people. And then, I heard all this great music made by individual people with pretty solid production and everything, and I realized, hey, whoa, I can do this. I already know how to do this. Boma and I actually both started separately making MIDI files in Anvil Studio, which is just a little MIDI sequencer that actually you can buy a bunch of add-ons to make it become a fully fledged digital audio workstation, but
do that.
We just used the free version and made MIDI files. All
right.
Practice. Do the practice. That'll get you places. Anyone else?
Nah.
Okay, we're good.
I saw a question. I'm going to just quickly answer. So a person _1 says, RJ, is the thing at the end of Afraid of the Dark the same as the note Desolation plays flash music? The answer is no. It's literally just the entire song compressed into a single second and then reversed. So that's your answer.
Yeah, did that. So, someone actually.
I actually did that too on what's that song called? Time on My Side. Like, just before you get the solo with the sword slash, that's what you hear then is actually like the entire song reversing in just a few seconds. So it's kind of funny that we both did the same thing and probably without knowing about it.
No, it's a good trick though.
Yeah, someone had actually asked me last night if that flash had any relation to Afraid of the Darko, and my answer was pretty sure it's just that flash is a couple wind chime samples and then you did your own thing.
Yeah,
so I guess
it's funny because I did sample Clark on the Felt, and Afraid of the Darko was originally made for the Felt, but not on that song. Obviously, that was Variations, which by now everyone knows the main piano riff is the ending of Rhapsody in Green reversed.
Yeah. All right. So one question that I see some interest in is the question: is there a girl composer on the Homestuck music team? And the answer is multiple.
Yes.
Yes.
This is correct.
So like back earlier in the Homestuck music days, there was one musician. I don't remember her name, but I do remember
Hillary Pie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also Callie.
Hillary Troiano.
Yes. And a couple of us that have joined to work on Volume 10 are trans, including me. So yeah, and Marcy actually. So yes, there are multiple.
Tavia wasn't music team though, I don't think.
Tavia wasn't
Tavia was
explicitly music team, but she's had her voice. I mean, she was the voice of Game Girl.
Involved. Definitely, she's been super involved with a lot of stuff, and she did a lot of track art for me, and a lot of track art for a lot of other people too.
She also was the voice in the I guess kid voice in Mr. Bowman Tells You About the Squiddles.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And I think she also
that.
was like Maple Hoof or Minnie Hoof. I think.
Oh nay.
But also some of the more the other nays in that one bonus track. I don't remember what it was called. It was on Volume 9, I think.
All right.
So let's see. We've been collecting some questions in here that are having to scroll up in here. Let's go do our backlog here. What are your favorite memes? Let's not answer that.
What about favorite Homestuck songs, though?
My favorite meme is "Piss on Me, fucking piss on me," dude. In the Antarctic.
That's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
My favorite memes are. I'm not going to answer that question.
Yeah.
Me neither.
That can be a meme unto itself.
Actually, wait. Okay, you know what? I will answer that question.
No.
No, I have one specific answer that's actually always makes me laugh, unequivocally, and it's the "Everything Was Expensive" Dolan comic.
Yes.
With the Apple Store, you know the one.
Yeah.
That specific one is just every time. So I guess that's my answer.
Geez. All right. Let's see. Here's a good one. I like this one. Which non-Volume 10 songs are you the most proud of? And then, what if you include Volume 10? But let's answer without Volume 10 first, because there's a big backlog.
Who wants to go first?
Oh, we're still talking Homestuck songs, right? Because I was like, I've hardly written anything outside of Homestuck.
I have too many things outside of Homestuck. I'm going to limit it to the Homestuck stuff. So, I mean, for me, it's still Arm Salve. 100%. Like, the easiest answer in the world. That song took me months to get together. And I think one of the most exciting things about it was Malcolm then using that melody to start off Carnevale. That was just really exciting, because I've been a huge fan of Malcolm forever, even before Homestuck.
Blanked. What song are you talking about?
Still Arm Salve.
Okay, yes.
Endlessly tiring song to work on. It has over 200 something layers in the stems.
Jeez.
It's
outrageous.
It's just an endless hell to put together. My computer constantly crashed, and then I had to put the whole thing into Pro Tools to mix it. So that was a nightmare to work on, but it's a beautiful end result that I'm really, really proud of.
Yo, I have to leave now.
Okay.
So,
thanks for joining
quickly,
us.
give your song you're most proud of.
What?
Song you're most proud of, quickly.
I have only been involved in 2 Homestuck songs, so I'm gonna say
any song you made.
Any song I made. Well, the entirety of my last album was very good.
Yes,
By the way,
good.
everybody should listen to it. JamiePage.bandcamp.com. New again. Buy my fucking album.
Buy it. It's good. I like it. It's great. You should buy it.
Hey.
Okay.
Bye.
Anyone else want to answer the question?
What was the question? I've missed it.
What
Depends.
Homestuck songs are you most proud of?
Oh well, I mean, I haven't done
One I
any other
didn't get
Homestuck
to
songs
release.
besides Dogfight.
Okay, Yishan, are you more proud of Dogfight or You Killed My Father?
You Killed My Father is definitely better,
Well, there
in
you
my
go.
opinion.
There's your answer.
Well, yeah, but I said non-volume 10. It's not volume
Well,
10.
there was the question included. What if you include volume 10? So I'm just saying, what's your favorite what Homestuck song are you most proud of that you've done?
There
Do
you
they
go.
have to be our own songs? Can I be proud of like another person's song? Like, oh, this is really good.
That
You did a
wasn't
great
specified.
job. Ascend is really good. I'm not gonna let that go. It's like my favorite song.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love it so much.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of that one.
Little baby.
And you should be.
There you go.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go. The song I'm most proudest of is, I guess, Elevator Stuck on both accounts. That's excluding Volume 10 and including Volume 10.
There you go. That settles that. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Are you gonna? I'm trying to think of one. I haven't really got anything specific. I would say probably temporal piano.
That's a good
Like
one.
I don't know how that one ended up working, but it worked.
Yeah.
And it was and then stuff off of When You're Older, pretty much.
Oh yeah. Oh my
Like,
god, that's some of your best work.
I don't know how that album came together even. I look back on it, I'm like, how did I make music like that even? But whatever.
When You're Older is really, really good. It's a good album. Good album.
Thanks.
I'm going to quickly just answer this one, which is, what music programs do you use and what would you recommend for beginners? I know that we collectively have under our belt lots of FL Studio, Logic Pro, Reaper.
Reaper.
I think Scott uses Sibelius and Pro Tools.
Reason.
Reason.
Reason, my favorite.
Sucks.
For beginners, I would.
Look, we can fight endlessly about
it. I don't think there's a right answer.
I think FL Studio is a great thing to start on, but only if you have a mentor. That's my opinion.
This is such a baited question. Whenever any of you guys get it, or whenever anybody asks it, it's like the program's not going to make you good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
with
but
one program,
their workflow is different depending on the program.
They all start off seeming obtuse and complicated. Like, I don't know, try GarageBand if you have a Mac. If you don't have a Mac, learn about the MIDI
use
protocol.
Ableton.
FL Studio Demo is free. FL Studio Demo is free.
Does have a demo.
Basically
it's pretty much
everything in it.
try everything.
Yeah,
and then see what you like.
Figure out what you like.
And then once you find something that you kind of like, even if it feels weird and alien, just stick with it forever. And like honestly, because eventually, just being honest, every single digital audio workstation is effectively identical when they're all at the professional level. And once you learn one to the degree that you know it inside and out, you can basically use anything. So
and once you've learned it to that point. Some people talk about how certain ones have sort of a characteristic sound that usually has to do with the way that the effects work, and sometimes the built-in instruments.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just comes down to the workflow and how the workflow often affects beginners in a similar way. And once you get to know it well enough, there's absolutely, there's no way to tell who made what in what.
Yeah, exactly.
And just use what works for you. Do some research. Look for digital audio workstations on Google, and you'll find something cool.
Anyway. And if you're just starting out, don't spend like way too much money because more money
don't spend any money starting out.
I'd say
don't do it.
I'd say
don't spend any money.
Reaper's probably a good other option just because it's cheap, even if you want to buy a certain licensed version of it.
Yep, personal license is $60.
Yeah,
it's
as opposed
it's a
to
steal.
the definitely over 100 that you get with most other digital audio workstations.
All right.
So yeah, I think that's not a bad answer to that. What else do we have here in our backlog?
It's long.
James, anything to talk about regarding HiveSwap's music and development?
I just took a bite of a burrito. Hold on.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Timing.
Oh yeah.
That's specific questions because I don't want to here's the whole thing with Hives.
So ask specific questions about HiveSwap, and we'll see what we can get answered here.
Oh boy.
In the meantime, you guys want to answer something else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scrolling down.
Let's see.
I'm warning you now. Most of the Hive Swap questions are gonna suck. As someone who's been like fielding Hive Swap questions for like.
Yeah, I can imagine they're gonna be not. There's gonna also
Every joke they could possibly make, I've heard 1,000 times before from funnier people. So I mean, it's like go ahead, knock yourself out. It's great.
Let's see. And I think we stopped collecting questions, so let's look at questions.
We have favorite collector, if you want to do that.
Is FL Studio any good on Mac? It's possible, but only if you're using some of the built-in like instruments and effects, and they're not all up and working. It's still in like alpha.
I have a different answer.
Parallels.
Parallels, which I'm running exclusively on Mac, and everything I made on both Stockholm Syndrome and Volume 10 is exclusively FL Studio 10 in Parallels desktop, and it runs flawlessly. So that's my answer. Is yes, but you have to have Parallels desktop, and it's $100. So, yeah.
Let's see. Will there be a Hive Swap soundtrack? Like OST release, I'm assuming they mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Wow. This is easy to
start you off.
Yeah, I thought just to start with something easy.
Of course. Let's see.
I saw a question about communication, which is like, wow, that's a really baited question. But okay.
Yeah.
I like bait. Basically, like, when there's... Every time we have said something, it's been, like, people who aren't, like, Andrew, people who aren't, like, people working on it saying something, and then we spend the next, like, 6 months or whatever being like, well, we didn't really say that, so, okay. Oh, man, I burped while talking about Hive Swap. Sorry about that. This is a really good burrito.
There's this one here, which is, I'll rephrase to say, will all of the Hive Swap songs be in a similar genre to the ones that we've heard publicly?
No. You guys have heard, like, 4 songs, and I feel kind of bad about it because I should really stop eating this burrito while I'm trying to answer questions.
No, it makes it more funny.
Just me chewing. That's actually the answer. It's just a bunch of chewing sounds. Like 2 of the 4 songs that we've put out for Hive Swap have been like basically the same song because it's supposed to be paralleled between 2 different characters, like thing happening. And then I realized that afterwards, I'm like, man, all these songs sound exactly the same. So, oops. There's gonna be a lot.
So here's a question.
As far as like you guys are considered, or I was gonna ask some of you guys to do like collaborate on some stuff. So it's like,
oh yeah, 100%.
Like I need live instrumentation on stuff. There's a couple we did already that got put out where it's just like this is clearly a MIDI violin.
Yeah, you should get Kelly back and also Tensei.
Yeah. There's just a lot of like I need instrumentation and stuff like that.
I don't think there's a single person here who would be opposed.
Yeah, we need
absolutely.
Any piano.
Let's see.
I only play the flute, but if you ever need a flute,
are any of us involved
I
in
exist.
Homestuck 2.0 or any further Homestuck projects? And I guess
I am.
Yeah, James is.
James is 100%.
We all at this point know about as much about this as you guys, the audience, know.
I mean, I guess we're semi kind of confirmed to be in that Troll album that was just announced. The metal one.
Probably, yeah.
So there's that.
I haven't even written those songs. Oh, but someone else who is. I'm writing. Okay, so for that album, it's me and I don't know if you guys know Jeff Liu. He's a storyboarder on Steven Universe.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen that episode of Steven Universe where he clones himself and he has that like awful band?
Yes.
Where he's
Steven.
Yeah. But the stupid like punk band that they make when they kick him out.
Yeah.
So me and Jeff, like Jeff is just really good at like pumping out that sort of bad like garage band aesthetic music. So me and Jeff are gonna sit down in his apartment one afternoon and just pump out this entire album, and then we'll have people like actually record it.
That's exciting.
So, question: are there going to be actually vocals on this as a thing?
I want to tell you, but it's like a spoiler.
Okay.
All right. It's complicated.
Let's say that like I don't know, man. Wait and see.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
Hey, here's a good question. Why are we so fucking awesome? And the answer is
Har,
not.
har.
That's actually a misjudgment of our general deal.
I have a portrait of me that is grotesquely aged, and that's why.
Okay.
Will the High Swap OST be based on existing motifs or themes, or entirely original music?
Entirely original.
All right.
I think it sort of quotes English at one point, but that's like not really. A lot of people have been saying, "Oh, it's English," or "Oh, it's Hardcat song," but that's just Toby.
Yeah, that's just Toby being Toby.
Yeah, Toby is.
Is
Toby
McLevana
Toby.
gonna be on there? Yeah.
He's great. That's the end. Yeah, that's how he is.
Will all of the music used in or composed for Homestuck be released, or are there some that won't for any reason? And I'll start that off by saying there are a lot of songs that are just on the cutting room floor that that's totally up to the individual artists if they ever want to release them.
Yeah, I think that there's songs you'll never hear. That's actually probably just the cut and dried simple answer. I think you'll hear everything I've ever made.
Yeah.
Just through the Stockholm Syndrome project. But
we've got Low Fam. You know, I'm sure some of us are going to put some songs on Low Fam 4 whenever that comes out. RJ and I have, and some of the rest of us have been talking about maybe doing some sort of release of like just extra stuff through Stockholm Syndrome. Maybe,
it's not really. It's
I don't
not
want to confirm
really
that,
like,
but it's an idea.
Yeah, we want to clear. We'd want to clear that with Wet Pumpkin if we did that, because I cleared Stockholm Syndrome with Wet Pumpkin years ago before I even put out the first album, just to make sure that it was on the level, and I'd want to do that with everyone involved with the bonus Volume 10 songs that we put on that if we did that.
Shout out to official, unofficial albums.
Yeah.
That's how I got my start with Homestuck stuff. Is that awful Fantrol album I
Hey,
did?
I'm
like,
on that one.
It's
Which
true.
Fantrol
That's
album?
like you and
Page, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, just or like no. This is the best part of this album is the songs that I didn't write.
Yeah. So then, I guess when it comes down to songs that were actually in the comic that haven't been released yet, James, you mentioned there might be a release.
I would like to. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, there's no way to confirm that right now, I think.
Official word on that, I guess.
Question for Tensei. Strife 2. Is it happening?
Sure. What Pumpkin willing? I mean, it kind of depends on how official or non-official I want to make it, because like, if What Pumpkin isn't on board, I'll have to call it like Fight 2 or something, and basically remove all references to existing Homestuck music. But I would like to do it, and I would probably name it Strife, but with like a metal umlaut on the I.
Great.
That's what I had to do for all of my like fan music that I did that I wrote about Homestuck that I wanted to release later. I'm like, it's called this now.
Yeah. There's, for example, I think there's one thing I did like that on Stockholm Syndrome where there's a song that didn't get released specifically because Andrew. So Andrew made like 3 songs ages ago for Homestuck, and he doesn't want them released in any form. And I think it's kind of jokingly, not like a serious thing, but one of the things I did for Volume 9 was actually a remix of that, and he said, it's good, but I don't want anything based on that to get released. So I literally removed every part of it that was referring to the original before putting it on Stockholm Syndrome, just out of, courtesy.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, I think that'll might happen. You'll like hear stuff that isn't in the same form as it was behind closed doors, but it's essentially the same, barring certain things. So,
let's see. Kind of a technical question. Don't know if there's an answer for that yet, but will the Hive Swap soundtrack be released on the Homestuck Bandcamp page?
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
That's about what I expected.
I think that all that stuff is going to get planned out at a later date.
Yeah.
I guess I have. I'm going to be the one to do that, and I can tell you that I have not thought about it at all, because there's like there's a million other things to do, and that's like the last thing on my mind right now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like I think that either or, it makes sense.
I would expect the fake band album to probably be on there, but I could also be interesting to have a separate Bandcamp page, or
it might be separate.
Yeah.
Just like a hiveswap.bandcamp.com, unless that's taken.
Unless
It's going to be taken right now if
we
it's
shouldn't have
not.
said it live.
Wait, let me check. No, it's not taken. Take it, Pat.
You better hurry.
Yeah.
Yep, it's not taken.
So let's see.
I think the HiveSwap Twitter account was taken, and we had to like ask the person to have it.
I can control the HiveSwap Twitter or Bandcamp right now, just for future if you ever need it. I'm literally like right there.
This is why when we're discussing names, it's like, yeah, let's not announce anything until we've bought the URL.
Yeah, that's basically how it goes. Let's see. Will HiveSwap be Ouya compatible? That's an important one.
Let me answer that by telling you I have no idea what that means. If it's a joke, you got me because I have no.
Honestly, that in itself is a great commentary on the Ouya.
Yeah. It was
what
like
the
a.
fuck is an Ouya, son?
It was
was
a
little
game
console. It was a crowd-funded Android-based console that had a disgustingly terrible controller and very poor management. That.
So it's a joke
bad.
question.
It was a joke.
Sorry, I only know about games that matter.
I know that a company, like a pretty big company, bought Ouya to try to like get it off the ground again.
Mm-hmm.
HiveSwap is secured, by the way, so no worries.
So
HiveSwap Bandcamp.
Question. Here.
HiveSwap.bandcamp.com is now in the purview of me, and I can just transfer it to WhatPumpkin.
Wow.
There you go.
Nice.
So, question: what? This person just says, "What's happening with the Homestuck 2.0 channel?" And field that however you want.
What a great question. Next.
All right.
That's a really good answer.
Next.
Right, what is Homestuck 2.0?
Oh my god.
That was just the next question.
Did you watch the video? Homestuck 2.0 is a collective of a lot of things. Man, it's basically just, okay, so the actual phrase Homestuck 2.0 is something that Dante Bosco is a super nice dude. I got to hang out with him and Andrew. Like, Andrew was like, oh, you want to get ramen? And I'm like, yeah, we'll go. And he's like, oh, by the way, Dante's coming. And I thought he was joking. I thought it was a joke. Like,
oh, geez.
you know, and me and Amber Rogers, who also works on Steven Universe, were like waiting. We were the first people there, and we're like, oh, Andrew's late, whatever. And then Dante Bosco just shows up. He's just there, and I'm like, oh, you're Prince Zuko, man. This is, Hook was like my favorite movie for like 20 years. Like, this is ridiculous, you know. He's exactly like he acts online. He just says fuck a lot more. He told me some weird story about like he was filming a movie, and I'm like, yeah, I can't relate to this at all, man. All right.
That's
Dante Bosco.
So basically, he was doing a Loot Crate interview, and Dante Bosco's very Hollywood. So when he said Homestuck 2.0, that's just him. That's just what he says when he means like he's like, yeah, we're going Hollywood or whatever. That's just how he talks.
Yeah, that's his vernacular.
Literally didn't mean anything. We kind of went with it, I guess, but yeah. Answered it by not answering it. There you go.
Oh, geez, Alex Rossetti's here in the chat.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah, he's been here for like 5 minutes.
Oh, hey.
Oh, there it is.
More than 5 minutes. It's
Alex,
been like half an hour.
Let me know if you want me to add you to the call, and also I can make you a mod so you can be special.
Yeah, just make it mod. Mod time. Time for mod.
What else have we got here? Pretty far behind.
I remember
this
one
chat.
time I was at a Homestuck meet, and somebody's parent was like, "Who the fuck is Don Tabasco?" And I was like, that's the fucking funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire
Don
life.
Tabasco.
Jeez.
That is the best.
Here's a question that I think is interesting. Not sure if there's any concrete answer that can be given, but will Homestuck be released on? Homestuck. Will HiveSwap be released on Steam? Yeah.
It's a mystery. Hashtag mystery.
Probably. I can't imagine why. Like, it doesn't. I don't know anything about games, so this is my completely uneducated opinion right here. But doesn't Steam like kind of suck with like DRM stuff or whatever?
I don't think you have to. I have no idea.
Like I know that.
But I mean,
I know that
It's-
Undertale.
Steam is DRM in and of itself.
Undertale is
The
on
entire-
Steam,
I
and
don't actually know
No,
DRM.
it's
If you-
DRM,
if
but it's like not harmful DRM, or it's
Right.
like DRM that doesn't suck.
Undertale is
I
available
don't know.
through the Humble Store, and if you buy it through the Humble Store, you get a DRM-free copy in addition to a Steam key.
Oh.
So I think that they probably have loose enough policies that their DRM isn't
Not bad.
mandatory,
It's like
and you can.
The
Manic, I
DRM
can't see why you wouldn't put it on Steam.
right. The
Yeah,
DRM is
I-
basically just
basically it.
exclusively used for helping like account management stuff, and used to kind of like just let people know what you're playing at the time, like in a social network sort of way.
Yeah.
It's really, really non-intrusive compared to
All it
shit like
really means
Voyage.
is just you have to be logged into your account to play it, which is much less intrusive, I think, than requiring, for instance, a CD to be
Or
in,
like-
in your display.
Well,
Uplay is garbage. Let's just get that out of the way.
Yeah, Uplay is not as bad as it once was.
I only use wild.
it's
Canteen
pretty bad.
plugins.
Anyway, I would imagine. I mean, I'm not in charge of this decision at all. So, but I would
basically, I'm not a programmer, so I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Steam
That's
probably-
not my job.
It would just make sense. Like, I remember telling Toby, because Toby was actually asking a while back if Steam was a good idea, that it just makes sense to release on Steam because you lose a lot of sales not doing it. So, I would
Well, I'm
recommend.
sure that I'm sure people have talked about it. I don't take my not knowing as a
Oh, yeah,
it's never been. It's just
I would-
I write music, man. So,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's like I guess it's like we all expect it to be, but none of us can confirm anything.
Yeah, basically.
Fair enough.
All right, so I just want to go ahead and say we don't really know anything about Penumbra Phantasm.
I'll tell you what happened when I asked Toby about it. Like,
Yeah.
I messaged him over Skype and I was like, "Hey, are you doing something for Volume 10?" And he's like, "Oh yeah." And then like a couple of weeks later, he was like, "Oh, actually, no, I'm gonna be gone."
Yeah, that's
So
literally
that was it.
That was what happened with Penumbra Phantasm.
That's the conversation I had with him as well. Like, I messaged him and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do Penumbra Phantasm. That sounds awesome. That's like what I would do for this." And then a while later, I got word that no, he's too busy. Which
I saw these weird theories that's like, "Oh, he doesn't care about it" or whatever, and it's like I
that's
don't
not
know him at all, man. He's
just
Toby. Here's the thing about Toby. Toby likes his privacy. He deserves the success he's gotten, and he's a pretty great dude. So,
And he's very busy.
and he's
busy.
super fucking busy.
If,
And you
if he
like-
wasn't busy with Undertale stuff, it's reasonable to say that I think that Penumbra Phantasm would have been on the album, but
he would 100% be on this involved with this project.
you
So,
know, at this point, it's just it's Toby's thing. It's his prerogative, and you know, but that's all we really know.
Toby's choice.
Toby's choice.
Toby's choice was originally
Wow.
going to be the name of the track for his weird song on
Opa Toby Style?
Opa
Yeah.
Toby style.
He
God.
tweeted he was listening to Gangnam Style or something like that, and I tweeted at him Opa Toby Style, and then it was me and IPGD and just a couple of our friends were like, that has to be, because he's like, oh, just name it whatever you want, it doesn't matter to me, I'm Toby Fox. And so- that's a really bad impression of him. I can't do a good Toby, but so we just named it that to make fun of him, because that's what friends do to each other.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's why
And now
songs
millions
are
of
really
people
stupid.
have seen
So
it.
as the chat has decided, Undertale killed Penumbra Phantasm, and yeah, I guess that's about what happened.
That's pretty accurate. I mean,
And you know
it didn't
what?
happen with that.
I'd say we're probably better off for it, just given how good Undertale is.
It's just
And how bad Penumbra Phantasm is,
Yeah.
Marcy's saying.
Penumbra Phantasm could never live up to
No, it
what
couldn't.
you get.
The hype now.
Like, honestly,
it's a song. It's just a song.
Like,
It's
remember in
just a
that
song.
movie Signs when you finally saw the aliens and you're like, this sucks. This is
Yeah.
the hell is this? Yeah, that's Penumbra Phantasm. What I'm saying is Toby's M. Night Shyamalan. That's the twist.
Oh, jeez.
Goodbye.
Marcy and Jamie's Penumbra Phantasm, or whatever the fuck they called it, is
Sudumbra Phantasm.
Sudumbra.
That was Paige's
It's
idea.
just as good as whatever the end product would probably end up being. I think
I talked to Toby about it once we made it. I was like, hey, here's this stupid thing we made. Here it is. He thought it was hilarious, but also was like, I don't want people to think that's the real Penumbra Phantasm. And I was like, okay, we're gonna do our absolute best to make sure it's really obvious that it's not. And that's it.
I mean, yeah. That's really all there is to say on the matter. Penumbra Phantasm, if it ever comes out, which maybe it will, I wouldn't.
Like, I don't want to say either way.
And I wouldn't expect it to be the single most amazing thing you've ever heard, because it's just something
that
that's
better things him to actually release it anytime soon. But who knows?
It's very much like, would you rather you spend time doing this one thing for your weird personal gratification, or work on any of the other things that he's doing?
Exactly. And he's got some cool stuff in the works. So
probably, I don't know anything.
So next question. Are there more questions?
No.
Does anybody see?
I have a question for RJ.
Okay.
You have a question for me. What is the question?
I'm looking at the Skype window, and this has been nagging me the entire stream.
Oh boy.
Is your avatar image literally just a capture of the no avatar image? Because it looks just different enough from all the other no avatar images on people's on people's icons.
Actually, now that you mention it,
I can see it. Yeah,
the answer is actually yes. So,
jeez.
Wait, really? I still see it as your horrible screen cap of when someone posted ASCII art in one of the chats, and it looked horrible on my phone.
So, yeah, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing the I don't have an avatar screen cap.
Why does
I don't have an avatar, but it's slightly off because it's the screen cap of it. The older one was ASCII art Peter Griffin.
Oh, nice. That's something.
Someone posted it, and it was terrible. And I don't know. Something spoke to me about it.
Here's a question that has been collected here for us. What did we think of Homestuck's ending? And,
do we really want to talk about this?
Okay, all right.
I'm just gonna say, I liked it. I like that there's a lot to read into. I did not find it disappointing in the slightest.
Yeah.
But I also know that I have a minority opinion there.
I really liked the ending.
I felt that it was entirely too confusing, but I also hadn't read a lot of I hadn't reread a lot of X7 at the point. Sorry, X6. So I felt good about it.
I've said this before, and I've been asked this before. I really liked the ending. And again, my taste in media tends to stray from what I think the typical Homestuck target audience taste is. But I really, really enjoyed it. And I think it was... I mean, I could see why people would want an epilogue, because it's very vague overall. There's some things that are left
so vague. I don't even know what's going on.
I like that about it.
Yeah.
I like that you have to kind of piece it together. There's a good example of me liking stuff like this that a lot of people hate is Hotline Miami 2, which I thought was actually really narratively satisfying and better than the first one. And everyone else is like, this is garbage. Why would you do this? So I guess the answer is yeah. I liked how Homestuck ended.
It was good.
Personally.
I
thought. I thought we ended it with Volume 10, wasn't that?
And people are saying that it's
right. How'd you guys like the ending to Homestuck? Well, we just put out the ending to Homestuck, guys.
Oh yeah, good point.
There you go.
It was Conclude, and I think that was a pretty good ending.
How did you guys like Beatfox's ending to Homestuck?
Gave me warm fuzzies.
Yeah, no, I think that if you didn't like the ending to Homestuck, that's fine. Obviously, you can like what you like and not like what you don't like. But I think that the big thing is it's not what you don't. And I don't want this to sound condescending, because I do not mean it that way, and I don't mean it in a mean way. But it's not like anyone is entitled for it to end in a way that's satisfying to them. And there's a lot of things I found really unsatisfying that I kind of had to just accept about that, other TV shows or comics. I hated how Y the Last Man. but it's not up to me, or I can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who love how they comic.
Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever been satisfied with the ending to anything. Like,
That's fair.
it's like every anime or show I've ever watched, I've been like, man, I really want this to go on forever, but it
that's
stops.
kind of it. I'll say to the people who are asking specific questions for clarification about the ending, I don't think any of us know.
I don't think anyone knows.
We know as much as you do.
Absolutely.
Like,
I was like, I had no idea what the fuck was happening, and it's like, man, I work for these people.
Even the people who work the closest with Andrew don't know much about Homestuck.
I've talked to him about it, and like by design, he's like, yep, and he's not gonna tell it. He's not gonna explain it to me, and I'm like, all right, man, I thought we were friends.
I can attest from even the beginning. Andrew's always been kind of just, you know how in Gunner Creek Court, Tom Siddell loves to say the phrase "mystery solved."
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes.
Just when nothing is getting satisfactorily answered.
Or when
That's
it's just been
Andrew
made more
Hussey's
complicated.
entire personality.
Mystery
So-
solved.
Yeah, for a while we would
Mystery
just make
solved.
music and then he would just take stuff and use it. And he'd be like, well, we didn't imagine it going like that at all, but okay.
Yeah, like how Frost was originally called Flow and was written for the Land of Thought and Flow. But then Andrew was like, hey, I'm going to use this for Jade's Land. And Jeremy was like, oh shit, now I got to put sleigh bells or whatever in it.
Yeah, and
the
I
first
made
time my stuff was in the comic was pipe organ kind, and they didn't tell me until like a week before.
Yeah.
And it was like,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, this is dropping on Thanksgiving, by the way. So I'm sitting at Thanksgiving dinner, like on my phone, like, when's it gonna come out? When's it happening?
Yeah, he would just. I'm surprised you got like early notification on that. It'll just happen.
But I think it's only because I knew, like because I was.
That's true.
And they're like,
For me-
oh, by the way, we're using this, and I was like, can I fix it? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
I'm like, "All right."
Yeah. For me, it was the big one like that was when the beginning of Something Really Excellent got used as the fill-in for, I think it was Guardian 2 or whatever the Bolin track that it replaced was. That was a song that I had written way before Homestuck that was really kind of frankly tossed off and unfinished. And Hussey fucking loved it. And I did not expect that at all. I honestly didn't expect it to even make Volume 5 or anything. And I had about 8 hours to just scramble together to cobble it into something that I would feel not embarrassed being out there in public. And that's basically just the experience working with Andrew Hussey in a nutshell, I
My
think.
favorite thing was when like I don't want to like make this sound like a bad or bitter thing. It was a funny.
Yeah, no, it's.
No, I have a little anecdote. It was a funny, meant as a funny message that I got from Clark. I just sent him a message saying like, "Hey, congrats on the Act 7 thing," and he just responded, "They don't tell me anything."
Yeah, like I had to edit stuff I edited one thing, and Andrew's like, "Oh, can you do this for me?" And I was like, "Sure, what's this for?" And he's like, "Don't worry about it." I'm like, all right.
And I mean, like, I actually like that kind of chaos, but it's really, it throws you for a little bit. But I think in the end, it's more interesting to kind of have to work in that kind of creative chaos. This is the same creative chaos, by the way, that I think Bill Bolin was just screaming about the entire time, which, I mean, he was an asshole about the whole thing. Don't even. But I think it depends on the kind of person you are. I think that Andrew can come off a little bit differently than I think he means sometimes. And once you get used to it, it's fine. And you can kind of thrive under that.
He's got a cool way of working, I think. It's very it's very unique. I mean, it's what makes Homestuck such a weird, unique thing, honestly. I don't think that
it wouldn't exist without
I don't think that Homestuck could have anything like Homestuck could have come from anybody but someone like Andrew.
Right. The complete opposite end of the spectrum, when we were doing Collide, like I was helping coordinate that with artists and like doing weird music edits. I actually did the final edit for stuff like the Tensei song, like your song at the end of it. You know how there's like the hits.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Can you extend this?" And I'm like, "This is like live instruments, man. I don't know. What do you want me to do?" He's like, "Oh, you'll figure it out." And I'm like, "All right."
Yeah.
So
the thing about that is though, like Andrew emailed me about using Air of Grief at one point, and I like even offered, okay, I can maybe extend it or re-record some stuff, but he said, no, it'll be fine. I'll just let Toby do it. And then like it ended up having these really ugly loops, and that kind of like peeved me a bit, I have to say, especially since people are listening to like the most popular version of Air of Grief on YouTube is like the 6 minutes 12 one or something, so the extended one from Collide, and it's like this really shitty rip from the actual video, like you hear it clipping all over the place and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I wasn't too happy about that.
That's a thing that I'll admit peeves me a lot about just in general. Not like it's anyone's fault, but the fact that you'll have like the most popular upload of your song somewhere is like this really poor quality rip that like, and you're like, well, it's not supposed to sound like this, but I guess okay, it's got 100,000 views.
Yeah.
So okay.
This is specifically why I don't post work in progresses anymore, because that's the one that I was like, wow, are you ever gonna finish this? Like, I finished it like 2 years ago, man. It's there. You just have to look for it for 2 seconds.
It's the half-hour extended one that's been watched like 1,000 times more than that.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's pretty much how it goes.
And even with this Volume 10 stuff, I tried to preempt it, and I think Tensei did as well, and a few of us as well, where we uploaded our own uploads of our songs from Volume 10.
Yeah, we actually we all did that, or at least some of us did that, where we just did YouTube uploads.
It didn't do any.
Yeah,
it didn't do.
They're still not the most popular versions. Identical uploads essentially, but less popular somehow.
And it's weird. I don't know how that happens, but it just happens.
I even hid Malik's face in mine, and no one knew.
One thing that weirds me out about the YouTube upload culture thing is, and it's just an aside, there was the whole, for at least like a year and a half, I don't know why it got taken down or who took it down in general, but there was like this whole thing where people were uploading the felt reversed for a while.
Yeah.
I remember that, yeah.
It was really bizarre. Like, and I'm like, yeah, these songs they play around with
they make use of reverse samples.
But they're not built to be listened to backwards in any sense of the word.
Except maybe Clockwork Reversal.
Or Rhapsody in Green I could kind of see as well, because that was originally written forwards and then just put backwards. But I don't know.
There's a lot of Easter egg stuff like that I've been hiding in high swap stuff, where it's like, I know someone's gonna like reverse this and slow it down 800%. So here's some, or like speed it up by a bunch. So here's something for them. So
and find the demonic messages that you've hidden.
Like Suburban Echo on Stockholm Syndrome has like some really fun backwards messages as well in some parts, and I love doing stuff like that.
One of these days I want to do some songs with BBS messages, like they did with the Portal 2 ARG.
Yeah.
Decode the audio into video or rather into images. But anyway, let's go to some new questions. Let's see.
There's a bunch. There's who would win in a fight between everyone?
Beatfox.
He got beat in his name. It's there.
He's got beat in the name. It's correct.
There you go.
Done. Simple. Next.
You guys.
Will we be making a cool and new webcomic album?
We really should. We totally should do it.
We have ideas for albums, and some of them involve webcomics.
I will say this. I can't say anything because it's not official yet, and it's not set in stone, but there is a webcomic you've definitely heard of that we are talking to about doing a soundtrack album for.
Yeah.
And I will not say anything more on the subject. Because I don't know if it'll actually happen. So
have you even gotten a response back yet?
I'm still waiting.
There you go. There's
from
your
the first. Like I got an initial response, and then he said he'll write back like an actual thing, but we'll find out.
Question:
So-
When's the Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff album? You know what?
That would be terrible.
I'm gonna leave that to the community.
There actually there was this surprisingly good like garage punk Sweet Bro and Hello Jeff album that was out a while back.
Yeah.
That I was shocked at the quality of, and also for the Dave album, which never came out and is going to be a part of the Stockholm Syndrome thing. There was going to be an attached like downloadable EP of Sweet Bro songs in the vein of Shit Let's Be Santa and the Sweet Bro theme song. So you'll probably hear that when the Dave album part of Stockholm Syndrome gets released. So
okay, there were a couple.
We got a bunch of questions.
Yeah, like, what is your favorite unofficial Homestuck track? I guess you can do. Anyone else?
My favorite unofficial Homestuck track is all the ones that didn't make it to Volume 10.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, all of the ones you can't hear yet.
Yeah. My favorite unofficial Homestuck song is Penumbra Phantasm.
No.
Full disclosure, I've never heard
Marcy,
Penumbra
don't
Phantasm.
bait them. Don't do it.
From like an album
my
that's actually out, let's say.
official answer. I'm trying to think of my official answer here.
All of mine, they're great. Listen to them. Buy my music. All
I
right.
really like Heel Girl. That's a really good one. You know what? I'm gonna be vain here. I think Born Without a Name is phenomenal, and that was me on Stockholm Syndrome, and that originally was a part of Boy Skylark, but I just kind of for the album extended it into its own thing, and I really like how it came out. So that's my answer.
There's so many I haven't listened to. Of the ones I've listened to, I guess I really liked Land of Wind and Shade from the first Fans and Music album. It was really nice. Yeah, I actually know the guy that did that. I was trying to remember his name. Like Dason, that was it.
I could do another joke answer and say Mutiny.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
God.
Sorry.
It was actually really good. I can't remember it now. Oh my god! No, it was Double Joe 7. Double Joe 7 did I forgot which one of my songs it was. I think it was Pyrocumulus.
Yes.
But, there was a really good.
I don't remember.
Remix arrangement of one of my songs that Double Joe 7 did. So that's, I think, my official answer. Also, all of the beginning of Something Really Excellent ones. The Double Joe 7's track was good enough for me to actually ask him to do a mix on the Omegalodon soundtrack, which is one of the best things on there, I think. So,
mine is going to have to be Silencer's Emissary of Wind.
Ah, yes.
Off the first Fans and Music album. That's like still one of my favorite songs, just like in general.
Yeah, Silence is like he's like the one fan musician I could think of that I'm still just like, I really loved his stuff, and I'm sure I still do. Getting him onto 1 Year Older was like the most I could. I wish I could have done even more, but he was just like, remix of your thing. I'm like, put it on there, get it on there.
Yeah, I don't know what he is now. Actually, I don't know what he's doing now. He's around. He exists, but he's been very quiet.
Turbo ST? I can't remember.
No.
Okay.
No, he was not.
Like last I heard, he was like in U of T, University of Toronto, I think.
I will say.
I don't know. That was years ago.
One of my favorite unofficial Homestuck songs is. Oh God, I'm forgetting the name. It was the castle exploration theme from the Spurbo ST that Scott did. I always liked that one because it sounded like something from the Mario and Luigi games.
Oh yeah.
With the use of mallets and such.
I can see that. It's good.
Did you guys submit stuff for the contest back in the day?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Everyone else here is saying yes.
Well,
I
mean,
I was on the music team.
Yeah.
So
people who weren't officially on the music team at that point.
I was helping to judge those songs. Actually,
like there's
yeah, we had
obviously
David, Yishan, and I. At the very least, all had songs on the Colors and Mayhem albums.
The one song, there's actually two songs that I can say I definitively had a hand in getting on Colors and Mayhem, and those are Squiddle's song, by Maya, and fucking Olive. What is Olive something
Olive
now?
Rogue?
Olive Rogue.
It was called the Green something. Now I can't even remember the name. But that song almost didn't get on the album, and I had to make a pretty good case for it because I really like that track a lot. I think the melody is really good, and then it eventually made it into a Flash, so I felt really validated by making a case for it. So that was fun.
Fair enough.
That's a good track.
As far as my stuff,
The Green Odyssey, yeah, that was the original title. Go, Luke. I interrupted you.
yeah, you did. Rude.
Sorry.
On Jailbreak, Volume 1, I'm most fond of bars and log.org for different reasons. Probably log.org is my long-standing favorite from that, though, to answer the original question.
All right. One thing I was gonna say is something that Paige and I forgot to mention is, so for those of you who enjoyed our fake version of Penumbra Phantasm, we are going to be making an actual extended, polished, better version of it for LoFam 4. So that's gonna be fun.
And on top of that, I think we've been talking about it kind of semi-jokingly, but we're probably going to be putting out a official and actually worked on Vaporwave track thing.
Oh
yeah, that Vaporwave, that full Vaporwave album is going to see a release.
It's gonna get C release with actual effort put into it. We actually have the Kate's art that was done as a hoax is now polished up.
It's now very Vaporwaved.
Yeah, so the whole thing is being put together.
It's got the marble statues and the net art.
I don't know when that's going out or what Bandcamp that's being put on.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. The someone's asking, Biologic Demiurge is asking if I can talk about my influences in Boy Skylark, and I think that a big one is Dragonette, the singer who was on Hello. Actually, she put out a song called "Pick Up the Phone" a few years ago that it, has a lot of these odd sawtooths and there's just a lot of really strange production in the track itself that was a huge inspiration for the kind of undulating sawtooth arpeggio that kind of grounds the track. And yeah, I mean, like, I think it just kind of grew, it evolved from that ARP, and then the main melody was just, through iterations I came up with that. That's really the long and short of it. I really wish I could come up with more detailed stuff about it. But I guess another big influence was Beowulf, as weird as that sounds, just for the whole epic poetry thing.
Isn't that like a weird half CG movie also?
It is a weird half CG movie by Robert Zemeckis, who later did...
Robbie Z.
Robbie Z. He not only did Who Framed Roger Rabbit, he made Jim Carrey the Ebenezer Scrooge somehow. So the same man did these the same man directed The Polar Express and Back to the Future.
Oh, wow.
Well then.
That's... What the fuck?
Well, they both got trains in it. That makes sense. Checks out.
So, a couple questions we have here. Are there any of our pieces that we'd like to hear covered on piano?
Oh my god. Every one of them.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well...
I mean, especially the ones that don't immediately lend themselves well to piano, because if you could figure out a cool arrangement of that, that's going to be awesome.
I want to hear Let's All Rock the Heist on piano.
Yeah, that's exciting.
That would be incredible.
That's cool, yeah.
There's already a piano version of Beginning of Something Really Excellent. Two of them, actually.
Yeah.
I think someone did a piano cover of March of the Batter Witch, actually, which was my only other official Homestuck song before this album.
I've seen someone try and do a cover of Pipe Organ Kind, but it's not actually possible to play.
Yeah.
So you'd have to overdub that shit a lot.
It's like really, I did that. That was like 6 years ago, and people still ask me like, "Oh, can I get sheet music for that?" I'm like, "No, man, it's really bad. What are you doing?"
This
Get
reminds
out of
me,
my-
and back when the Bowman Band was a thing, there were a lot of Homestuck songs we just decided we weren't gonna play because they were too electronic, and just wouldn't be feasible or entertaining if we were to try to make them real. But like, I'm really excited about the opportunity to potentially like arrange Suburban Jungle, for instance, for some sort of giant live band. I just keep thinking about setting up samples in like Ableton and figuring out a way to make it sound, as high quality as the original song, but with as much played live as possible. That's sort of a tangent, but yeah.
This is a really good question. That's like a quick, concise answer. Do you guys know what your class specs are?
Oh, geez. Okay, so for the
We'd have to
Sperbo
say
ST
bars
project,
for everyone, right?
Ah, yes.
I'd say
we're
bars.
all bars.
So, this is the answer I always give because this is the first thing that it was Clark or Callie who said this to me when we were talking about this years ago. But I was designated almost immediately as, and I quote, the fucker of shit.
Oh, geez. There you go.
And that has been my title ever since.
Good.
When we did the Sperbo ST project, we, in order to sort of fuel the track art, because basically the whole idea for that project was, this is a soundtrack for everyone's session, Like the Homestuck soundtrack in particular was the soundtrack for the Sperbo sessions played by all the kids and then the trolls and whatever. They had their own songs, but we wanted to do like sort of just a thing to go along with the game as its own thing. And so we kind of came up with this self-insert narrative of all of the musicians working on this project in this one ginormous session. And I came up with, for myself, the Seer of Sound because I have synesthesia and I literally see sound. So that's a cool thing.
Nice.
Yeah.
I did one. I was gonna do a little fan thing one time just for fun, and I forget what it was then, but now I've never figured mine out or made up anything. I don't know.
Me neither.
Mine's pretty much. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying Andrew just assigned me one because we were like bothering him, and he's like, "Okay, here's what yours are," and he gave me Air of Light, and I'm like, "That sucks. I hate that. That's the worst."
Nice.
I was like, "That's not cool at all," and he's like, "No, man." Yeah, so that's mine. I didn't get to pick.
You've got the canon one.
The canon one. Mine's pretty much Major Void. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I did a fan thing, and also I think I used that for the Suburban OST stuff as well.
I think so.
I don't remember 100%.
Anyone's except.
Yeah.
No, I don't think
it was
remember
definitely a
anyone's at all.
Void thing. That much I remember. But yeah, that's mine. Boop. That's it.
It's funny that we were gonna do a whole fan adventure based on that, and that just totally fell apart.
As fan adventures often do.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think any of them. Did any of them end? Or did they just
Homestuck
stop?
Probably
never
not.
ends.
Homestuck never ends.
Nothing ends.
Let's see. What's your favorite Homestuck leitmotif?
Showtime.
Shit. Oh shit! I don't know how to answer this fucking question. There's a lot of good ones.
Showtime is definitely
you
the
know
one
what,
I've quoted
actually-
most. Yeah.
Actually, my solid answer is Homestuck Anthem.
Yeah. Sounds about
With
right.
Doctor
Yeah,
in
it's a pretty good
second
one.
place. Doctor is second place for me.
Doctor might honestly be first place for me. There are lots that I love, but Doctor is the one that has stuck with me since the exact second I heard it, more than anything else. And I mean, there was a goal from the get-go when I started creating what would become Renewed Return back in 2012 that I wanted to end it on just this huge, wonderful version of Doctor that incorporates tons of other songs from Homestuck, but has Doctor just pulling it all together. Because that to me has always felt like not necessarily the theme song of Homestuck, because of course we have a few others that could be very significant contenders for that title. But Doctor to me has always been just this constant. It seems so thematically appropriate in so many different ways, and I think that it's probably one of the most... I mean, it hardly even has a melody to speak of, but it's still one of the most moving...
I think there are people in the chat requesting more Doctor remixes. It seems to be like
Oh my
the
God.
main...
Yes.
I think you could
thing that
honestly
they
do
really
an
want.
entire album of all the Doctor remixes that have been
Oh, yeah.
in the comics so far.
Isn't that Volume 5?
And the reason for that, actually, I don't know if anyone knows this. I might as well just say it. Because back years ago, we're talking 2010, Andrew loved Doctor, the track by Kai, the original thing that actually never got used in an album, the just like PX tone version. And he's like, well, I want to use this in a Flash, but I want it to be spruced up a little bit. So what he did was he just literally asked everyone, like open call on the music team, to do their own remix. So every single person on the music team did their own remix of Doctor, including myself. And most of those got on Volume 10. Mine was Air Transparent on Volume 6. So, and then I think everything after that was new stuff. But that was like its own project.
Yeah,
that he asked us to do.
One of my favorite things about that is, I don't know how many people... I think with the re-release of Homestuck Volume 4 in the collection, there was a bit of clarification about what the roles were in bringing the album version of Doctor to everyone's ears. But before it just listed the people involved without actually what they did. So of course what ended up happening here was we had... I'm saying we like I was there. George Busenkite wrote the original version of the song in PX tone, which is, essentially still the meat of the song. Michael Vallejo, who I don't think has much else of note on the Homestuck soundtrack, did a remix where he basically boosted the bass, added more bass, and added some big kick drums and snares. Or
just pure bass.
It was just pure
100%.
bass. So that was called Doctor Remix, though I think there was something else that was released called Doctor Remix. I might be wrong.
That
about
was
that.
the one by that was the one by Gabe.
Yeah.
Who I wanted on this album.
Yeah.
But there was not room.
Well, we should see if we can get some of his stuff out there.
This stuff's really good.
But
I'm just good.
Yeah. So there was Michael Vallejo's Doctor Remix, which was just called Doctor Remix at the time. Then Clark took it and made his version where he added all sorts of EQ, reverb, more drums. It's just like a
strings.
Kick, snare.
The strings
kick,
really make
snare.
that.
There were no strings in there actually.
In that, no, there were strings added.
I have the project file. There are no strings.
What?
He added a synth choir melody.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yes. And then he added some sampled electric bass, and he added the Celesta and Glockenspiel, and that's
right. And that's
it.
the version that we all know as the standard original Doctor.
Yeah. But my favorite thing about that is, and I have Clark's project file for it. I was using it for some reference. He sent this project file to me, and it's called Doctor Remix in print.
Yeah, that's what he called it when he put it on the forums. I remember that actually.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that was so long ago. That is giving me I'm old flashbacks.
That's kind of how I feel. I felt like a latecomer because I started reading Homestuck at the end of 2010, and it just seemed like I had missed the train almost. And come to find out, the train had only just left the station.
So real quick regarding leitmotifs, mine are Beatdown and Chrysanthemums. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's move on to something else.
Probably Jack Noir's
Good
one
job.
for me.
All right.
I like Aggrieve.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Simpler questions here. Who are your favorite Homestuck characters?
For me,
Dave and Roxy.
Dave
That's
and
it.
Jade, 100%. To the point that I actually was semi-officially until they got canceled by way of all the solo albums getting really canceled, were the Dave and Jade albums that was in the works. So I really love those characters a lot. Just, they're my favorites.
Yeah, I'd say my favorite characters probably. I mean, hard to choose, but I've always loved John. I like Roxy a lot. I like Jade a lot. It's hard to choose because they're all so good, but to be honest,
Yeah.
I've never quite been able to identify with the trolls very much. I like them, but
For me, I can identify with Carcat.
Yeah.
Carcat feels the most fleshed out and believable and sincere of all the trolls as a character. Terezi is close, and Vriska is like...
Oh yes, wow, I feel like an idiot.
Are
because
you
I
gonna
forgot about
list
Vriska.
every
Vriska is one of my
character in
favorite
Homestuck?
characters in Homestuck. I love Vriska so much.
I mean, there's a few trolls, but I think that on the whole, the trolls don't read until a lot later, at least, nearly as well as the kids as characters.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Later on, I think they get a little bit more depth to them, which helps a lot. But it comes much, much later in the comic, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
All right,
For
who's
me,
next?
I guess I'll go. For me, I would have to say, for the most of the part of the comic, it was actually Vriska, but more recently it became Aradia, because I kind of felt like it's kind of a selfish reason, because I wrote Arisen anew, and I felt like that fit the character really well, and it kind of felt like I had made the character my own a bit. So for that reason, I think she's also my favorite character, just because to me, Arisen anew really encapsulated her transformation well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I guess if I think about it, that's probably part of why I like Jade a lot. Because I am, I guess, the leitmotif for Jade. Even if it is through weird tantrums aftermath.
Replacement of songs.
But I became the leitmotif for her, and I kind of like that. So
anyone else got answers? Because I'd like to move on to more questions.
Yeah, totally.
I like
know.
Rose.
I know mine is probably the easy answer with John, but
Yeah.
but yeah, I guess I just really identify with him the most because he's he's the lovably naive dorky guy. He's always looking at the bright side of things. He's always the eternal optimist,
Yeah.
Yeah. If there's a main character of Homestuck, it's John, and I think that there's a pretty good reason behind that. Just because he's not the everyman, but he's as close to it as you get in Homestuck. And he's really relatable and believable, and he doesn't take things... like, Dave takes everything in stride really, really quickly. No pun intended there. But John is like, he's kind of just coming to things as they happen, and he has to process everything in this, in a very human way, and I think that grounds Homestuck a lot.
Exactly.
All right.
So what was your answer, RJ? Just like one answer.
Dave, Jade, equally.
Okay, so
100%.
Another question: how did the music team originally at what point did it become a thing?
Well, I can give a sort of history lesson, and RJ, you just correct me. So there was the original group of Homestuck musicians that contacted Andrew Hussey and wanted to be in on it. That's you got Bowman, you got Malcolm Brown, you got the people who started and then went away.
Andrew originally reached out in 2009, early on in the life of the comic. To he basically just put out a thing on the forums, I think it was, asking for auditions to the music team, and that's when people like Mark Hadley joined on, and
that was the initial stuff. Then, and I know exactly the dates. I have like all of this stuff memorized. December 31st of that same year, 2009, he sent out a mass email to like 10 more people. A lot of whom are not around anymore.
Well,
But-
RJ, your mic is swimming.
Whoa. Can you hear me still? Is it?
Yeah, you just
okay.
back now.
That's better.
All right. So yeah, December 31st, 2009, he sent out a mass email to a bunch of people, and a lot of those people I don't even remember. There's a lot of them who just left right after that. But two of them were me and Toby Fox. And
Yeah,
so
actually,
that's when,
Toby got it in before other people, I thought.
we were both signed on at the exact same time.
Did you get on, like, there was sort of like a pre-second wave, because I was, like, second wave, like, and that was, like, a few days after 2010 started.
Yeah,
when
no,
I
no.
got a private message being like, hey, do you want to make music? And I was like, yeah.
I know I came on as part of the same wave with Toby, although he contributed to the Midnight Crew album, whereas I didn't until Volume 5.
There was there was like the first thing that everyone in the second wave did was Midnight Crew. That was like immediate first project that got released almost immediately after we all did that. Like I had maybe 4 days to put together Carbon Nadsat, honestly. Realistically speaking, like that was a really quick process. Like, it got everyone up to speed very fast. And then there was like a third wave, but the third wave wasn't really a solid like one and done thing like the Toby, me, everyone else with that wave. It was like
Yeah, there was like Eidolon Orpheus, I think. That's his name, right? Yeah, and then like Tensei,
yeah.
and then people
Thomas.
just got brought on as
But
like
yeah,
they
so it was like
became-
Solatrus. You got Jeremy. You got Tensei. You had the Not With Us Anymore Solus in the News, and like they just kind of like got trickled in over the course of the rest of it until we kind of just didn't add anyone anymore, because people just we got too big.
Yeah, and the music team was sort of becoming less of a thing because there were so many people in the music team, and then there were all these talented folks just out in the fan community that aren't officially music team people, but I mean some of them are on album 10 because
I mean, at some point the music team's definition kind of dissolved, and now the music team is just whatever form it takes with whoever happens to be in it. And I guess at this point it's those of us who are just active and interested in
whoever is on the current project,
Continuing
really, I
as a
guess.
group.
Pretty much. I think the best way to answer it is the music team is whoever's on an official album.
Yeah.
Someone said, am I going to release an instrumental version of Boy Skylark? I did. It's on Stockholm Syndrome if you buy it. So if you don't know that, you didn't buy it.
Wow. Can you believe it?
In response to the answer about the image contest thing for Stockholm Syndrome, I need to figure out a better way to do that because no one did send any art in. So,
all right, so let's move forward with some questions. We have some for individual people. First question I see is for Yishan. How did Team Dogfight become a thing?
Wait, this is for me?
Yes.
Can you repeat that?
How did Team
I'm like
Dogfight?
eating.
How did Team Dogfight come to be?
David Dykers will actually know more about that than me because my involvement, as far as that went, was basically after Colors and Mayhem. David Dykers was like, I want to put something together with Volume 9. Who do I know who does the music thing and has good drum samples, actually. He was specifically looking for me for my drum samples. And that's how I got into Team Dogfight. So as far as I know, it's pretty much that David pitched the idea of doing a track for Volume 9 to Toby, and Toby was like, okay, do it and show me what happens, and it's good, we put it on the album. So we did it, and we showed Toby, and it was good, and it got on the album. That's it.
RJ, we can all hear
RJ,
your
you got
keyboard.
typing noises.
Whoa, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Although there is
laptop.
there is a question for you here. Is the track image contest thing still going for Stockholm Syndrome?
As I said, okay, so I need to figure out how to do that better because there's over 400 songs to figure out track art for if I really want to do it, and I want to give something in return for people who have track art on the album, right? But paying every single one of those people is just infeasible for both my budget and, everything, logistics. So what I want to do is, I'm going to do a lot of the track art myself when I can for one of the upcoming updates. And B, I'll probably have periodic, groups of track art things, contests, where people can send stuff in and then they'll get, a copy of the album for free. So that'll probably be how it goes. I don't know. There's not really any easy way to do it. It's really kind of just either on there or no. And I think it's not a super necessary part of it, but I would like to have it eventually. So.
All right.
I saw a quick one that was for me, and it's, yes, I did play any piano on 1 year older that wasn't programmed in piano. That was just me, college theater, auditorium, whatever, grand piano, nice microphone that I don't own. Yeah.
Someone said, "What's my least favorite song that I made?" That's a super easy answer. It is Squiddle's Happy Time Fun Go. Squiddle's Happy Time Fun Go. The worst song in Homestuck. I actually, just because of the terms of the project I made for myself, have to create somehow a new arrangement of that for the final Stockholm Syndrome volume.
Good luck.
And I have no idea how to make that listenable. It's a garbage melody. It's a garbage song. The samples on it are atrocious. It was tossed off in a second using basically pure DirectX 10 instruments, and I mean, no, it's not good.
But if you like it, that's okay.
If you like it, that's good for you, but I think it's trash.
That reminds me of Toby telling me about how Black came to be, which was he wrote Liquid Negrosity trying to create a really, really dumb song, and then people liked it, and his response to that was basically, "Oh, well, I guess I have to make it good now."
And I mean, I think that he pulled it off because the difference.
I mean, I think Liquid Negrosity is also a good song, personally.
But it's very different.
There's a funny anecdote.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so I think we're gonna do maybe a final question here, unless we have any other quick ones.
Probably.
So Steel Talons 310 asks, "What's the best music of your respective works?" So we'll go through that as quickly as possible, I think. So I'll just go through the list again. So David, you're first on the list here.
I'm first now.
Yeah, you're first now.
Oh, this changes things. We're talking favorites in
just the best,
any work.
The best of your work.
Back to Life.
Back to Life. Okay. Yeah, that'll probably see the light of day sometime. Okay, Ishan?
Are we talking Homestuck only or non-Homestuck?
Probably whatever.
I think anything.
Okay, so if you're talking things that are not also Homestuck, if you go to my Bandcamp, which is catballstudio@bandcamp.com, and look for the album Jazz and Masks, the first song, which is called Incognito, is absolutely my best thing I've ever done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go ahead and link in the chat because why not? But yeah, that's straight up my best work.
But yeah, good electro swing.
It's really good.
All right, Tensei?
Yeah, so the best song I personally feel I've ever done. That's the question, right? I'm gonna say it's a song called Eternal Lullaby, which I've never released, and it's for something not Homestuck related, but I can kind of describe it, I guess. It's for this RPG Maker game for a friend that I basically made at her request, and it's for a secret boss that's kind of like Lovecraftian inspired, but at the same time it's also kind of a trickster type character, so it had to be simultaneously really evil and playful, and it's kind of a secret boss as well. So it's half like surf music and half like metal or something, and it's just a really crazy song. It's all over the place. It has like xylophone leads and that kind of stuff, and maybe I'll release it someday, but we'll see.
Let's see. Beatfox.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I mean the stuff that I did for Volume 10, I think is definitely some of my best work so far. I also have a special place in my heart for my old music from like the 90s and the early 2000s. Celestial Fantasia is probably one of my most creative, energy-filled pieces. Even though it's not technically high up there, but yeah, that was way back in 1997. But I would actually like to tap into that set of styles again with some future work, future solo work. But yeah, I've worked with so many different styles. It's hard to pick one particular thing.
Yeah.
But that kind of summarizes it.
There you go. All right, Slug.
Oh, well, this track, Webweaver, which I had pitched to Volume 10 that didn't make the cut, which was Norania's song, which I really, really love, but I'm trying to figure out what to do with, and yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that.
You've got options. It'll come out, I'm sure. Eric.
That is hard because I don't like a whole lot of my stuff. But I think there's things that have come out well, and I'll try and just list them off quick. I'm thinking like I'm really glad Game Bro happened and was a thing, even though it's just like stupid whatever. I liked how Mother came out, and that was mostly because RJ's beats.
Oh, thank you.
At that one part. Otherwise, I don't even know how it would have been. And I think Flying Car, even though I like accidentally sort of didn't actually rip off something I've never heard of course, it's always how it is.
That's always how it is.
It's like, it's not the same, there's a lot of differences, but I can see why people are similarities. But yeah. That's it for me.
All right, RJ.
Well, okay. I have 3 answers. One is all the music I'm doing for my game, It's Snowing Hard and Beautiful, which hasn't come out yet, but a few of the tracks are on my SoundCloud. And the other 2 are the songs Snap Crackle and the very long titled track 6 from the album I'm working on called You'd Have Loved These Songs in High School. I can just link those in the chat because they're private on my SoundCloud. So, boop and boop. And they're like vocal pop tracks. So it's very different from what you've probably heard from me. But those are the 2 best things I currently have written right now outside of like Stellarum Salve.
All right. Luke.
Feel Alive is my best work that's public right now. I have other stuff that I like that you'll hear someday.
Cool. And then for me, I have to say Renewed Return. That is so far beyond anything I've made before. In terms of quality, ambition, general showcasing my ability to compose, I think. And I really hope to make more things like it, or just, I think that it marks a pretty important time in my development as a musician. Although I also do really like a lot of the stuff I've done recently for some of Jamie Page's albums. Especially her album Light Years, on which I collaborated on the title track. And I'll link that in the chat as well. And to move on real quick, someone wants to know what the lyrics are to Tentacles, and is there really an answer?
The answer is yes, there is actually.
Well, I mean, there are lyrics, but...
I mean, like, okay, look, it's lost to time now because the forums are gone, but I actually wrote them all out on the forums at one point. And the lyrics are, for the record, incredibly stupid.
Oh, of course.
I just need to emphasize that as much as I possibly can. They're the dumbest bullshit. So, don't expect too much. But yeah, it's like the chorus goes, tentacles breakdancing all up on the floor, tentacles breakdancing, let's all dance some more. That's like the tone of the whole thing.
I just recall talking, I think, to Toby about the Squiddles lyrics book and mentioning that there were no lyrics to Tentacles listed, and I recall hearing that I think Cindy had been trying to put together the lyrics booklet, asked you, and you said you couldn't remember.
Yeah,
and then they couldn't decipher them from listening to it.
I had to suss them out over time.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
There you go.
It's like, God, something stupid about being cool all the time is one of the lines. It's really dumb. It's really dumb stuff. I have to listen to the song again to actually remember.
So, do we have any other questions? I think we're done. Probably. All right. I think we should cut it here. It's been.
Hold on.
Oh,
there is one thing I wanted to mention. Since we talked about piano covers before, I just kind of wanted to do a shout out to a Tumblr user called Do the Musicy Thing, who did a really fucking amazing piano cover of Air of Grief and has been doing a lot of other piano covers of popular Homestuck songs. So you should really check them out.
Yeah, it's same for me. I mean, what he said,
Yeah. Okay. So I guess to cap it off. If you guys want to find us on the internet, I think the best place to look would be the Homestuck Volume 10 individual track credits. If you just click on the songs and find us, I'm sure that most, if not all of us, would be more than happy to answer more questions you guys have personally. If there's anyone you can't find and you want to ask them a question, we could probably point you in their direction if they have a significant enough internet presence. And yeah, thank you all for stopping by, and definitely check out the stuff that everyone here has done outside of Homestuck, which, as far as I know, can be found if you follow the rabbit hole of social media links and such that's on the track credits in Volume 10.
Yep.
And yeah. Any closing words?
Shout out to fan musicians.
Yeah.
Shout out to fan musicians.
All right, and I'll
to
say
everyone who's been watching.
That's a wrap. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for coming out.
Yay!
Thank you, guys.
Goodbye.
Yeah, thanks. This is
Bye.
awesome.